Judge, for the record, while Mr. Goodwin's reading, that is pages 48 and 49 of 128, just so the record's clear.
Have you reviewed the transcript, Mr. Goodwin?
Just one more page. Sorry. I want to read the whole thing.
Did you finish?
I did.
All right, Mr. Goodwin, finish. Ask a question.
Does that refresh your recollection as to whether or not you, Lauren Kanarek, her father, and the attorney were talking about your secret recordings?
Yeah, they were speaking about it. I mentioned.
No, not what you mentioned. Just it's a yes or no
Yes,
question.
I was-
Just answer and
I
then
was in
wait
the
for the
room.
follow-up question.
And during that meeting, did Lauren Kanarek mention that she had a recording or the recordings were made in her locker, as you have testified to?
Yes, I put the recordings in our locker.
Okay, and Lauren Kanarek tells that to the lawyer, correct?
Yes.
And then after she says that, did you say, at least that recording anyway, ha ha?
I don't know. You took the paper. I'm sorry. Where is it? Oh, there we go. That says speaker one. I don't know if that's me.
For the record, that
Judge,
is,
I'll stipulate for purposes
Yes.
of this exercise
All right.
that is Mr. Goodwin's voice.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, there is a stipulation that Speaker 1, as referenced by Mr. Goodwin, is in fact Mr. Goodwin. It's just not labeled as such in the transcript.
Okay.
It's labeled Speaker 1, but it is in fact, according to the stipulations, Mr.
question.
Goodwin speaking.
did you make that statement?
It says I did. Yes.
Yesterday, you were asked by the prosecutor whether or not you owned a gun, correct?
Correct.
And your answer was no, correct?
Correct.
Did you ever post a picture of a 9mm handgun on your Facebook account?
Perhaps.
Can we be heard at sidebar, Your Honor?
Sure.
I show you what has been marked D100A3, which is a Facebook record of your account. And ask you to take a look at that.
Do we have a date, Mr.
Yes,
Belinkis,
Judge.
for context, please?
February 22nd, 2018, and there's a picture that attached to it. Can you look at both of those, please?
Okay.
Did you post a picture of a 9mm handgun on that day?
It appears to be, yes.
When you say it appears to be,
I don't remember the post.
did you indicate in the comment section regarding that gun that there were bullets for that gun?
I did.
Now, you indicated yesterday that you're not really familiar with guns, correct?
I don't know if I said I was unfamiliar with them or I'm not a gun guy.
What's the difference in your mind?
I mean, I've used guns before. I know how to use a gun. I know about gun safety.
For instance, you're a Marine, correct?
Correct.
You were trained with respect to weapons, correct?
Correct.
And hand-to-hand combat, correct?
Correct.
Yesterday, on direct examination, you said you turned off your blink cameras, correct?
Correct.
When did you do that?
I don't recall when I was going up and down the hallway.
How many days before the shooting?
I think the camera was hooked up for one day.
And when did you hook it up approximately?
So the day before the shooting. And sometime during that afternoon, I turned it off.
The day before the shooting?
No, sometime that day of the shooting.
The shooting occurred somewhere around 2 o'clock, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall receiving at approximately 1:42 a clip from your blink camera?
Do I? No. Why would I recall that?
Mr. Goodwin, I show you D100C14-1 and refer you to August 7th. Can you look at those notations on there?
This is obviously really small.
Judge, can we be heard at sidebar while the witness is looking at that?
Is there,
Sure.
do we have a magnifying glass or?
Want my glasses?
Mr. Blinkus, clarify your last question, please.
Sure. Mr. Goodwin, you have no idea, according to your testimony, correct me if I'm wrong, that when you turned off this blink camera, correct?
Correct. I stated that I was going through the hallway. Lauren was sitting outside, so the camera was making notification sounds constantly. So I turned it off sometime during that.
Now, the day that the town came, which was August 6th, and kicked Michael Barisone out of the stable, on that day, the camera was working, correct?
I don't recall specifically.
Okay, well, didn't you send a clip of Ruth Cox entering the farmhouse to Lauren Kanarek on the 7th?
It's probably so.
I'll show you 100C14-1 and ask if that refreshes your recollection.
Is it the bottom one we're talking about?
Oh, how many of them are there on there?
How many what?
Well, are you refreshing his recollection? Point him to.
You mean question what?
Well, I understand that because he was confused. So if you're asking him to refresh his recollection with a specific item on a page full, and we'll point out which lines. He's obviously asking what line.
just, again, if you look at this and this, as to who you sent it to, who did you send the blink clip from the 6th to?
This is here my number and Lauren's number.
Okay. And now that you see this document, do you recall
I mean, it's a very good
having a
possibility.
blink video of some image on the 6th that you sent to Lauren County?
Yeah, I specifically remember the video where Ruth came into my house.
Okay. So on the 6th, we know it was working, correct?
Correct.
Now, right before the shooting, did you hear Lauren Kanarek say to Michael Barisone something about
Objection. It's hearsay.
the day right before the shooting, Judge? I think it's part of the entire matter.
Good.
It's not hearsay, it's what happened. Mr. Goodwin, after you had your conversation with Michael Barisone on the day in question, right before the shooting, your girlfriend, Lauren Kanarek, comes outside, correct?
Correct.
She walks past you, correct?
Correct.
Did you hear any conversation between her and Michael Barisone?
I did.
And what did you hear?
Not word for word, but I think she wanted to figure out how we could fix it, how we could fix the situation.
Lauren said she wanted to fix it, or Michael Barisone said?
No, Michael spoke to me,
Right.
and then Lauren said, I'll talk to him, if he wants to fix it.
Okay, she said that to you or to Michael Barisone?
She said, I'll talk him to me.
And
She didn't get to say much to Michael before he pulled up the gun. He wasn't there for a conversation. He was there to kill
All right,
us.
hold on. Don't, just answer the question, okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
When you say she didn't say much, I'm asking you specifically, you were right there, correct?
I think she got in the middle of a sentence and he shot her.
What was she saying at the time she was shot?
I'm not 100% sure.
Well, irrespective of whether you're sure or
No,
not.
he said he's not sure. What do you want him to say?
Did you ever tell the police in your official statement that night that Lauren Kanarek spoke to Michael Barisone?
She did. I'm saying I'm not sure what she said.
My question is, did you tell the police that Lauren Kanarek said anything to Barisone before he shot her?
I'm not 100% sure.
Now, this arrangement that was made with regards to trading your work for living accommodations, at some point in time, did you give Michael Barisone a bill for your work?
Before the shooting, no.
Did you discuss with Lauren Kanarek and her father you giving Barisone a bill for your work?
I definitely discussed with Lauren, since the horses that were supposed to be there a good time before the one horse got there, saying I'd like to get caught up and send him a bill since the horses did not come.
And did Lauren tell you that if you did that, you would undermine our entire plan and ruin everything?
What's that?
Did Lauren tell you in response to that, that if you did, you would undermine their entire plan and ruin everything?
I think what was mentioned when we talked about the bill was that she wanted to use that for training the horses. So she did not want me to give a bill. She wanted to train the horses.
And do you recall her telling you that if you did, you would ruin your plan with her?
I just said what I recalled.
Show you what is marked D200C27 and ask you to refer to item 6303. And I'm going to give you my glasses here. 6303. Can you read that and tell me if it refreshes your recollection as to whether or not
Okay.
Judge, he's already answered this question.
But I'm not sure what memory is being refreshed here, Mr. Belenkas. He did answer the
whether
question.
or not he had a conversation with Lauren about if he did this, it would ruin their plan.
He said he did.
He
All right,
didn't say-
that's my recollection, but go ahead.
Does that refresh your recollection as to whether or not you had a conversation with Lauren?
Well, Lauren sent me a text message and I just explained what I remembered.
When you had that conversation with Lauren Kanarek, did
Well,
she express?
Hold on. You're referring to a text message?
No, I'm referring to the conversation that he said he remembered having. With regards to that conversation, were you and Lauren Kanarek concerned about you losing your living accommodations on the farm?
Not at all.
Now, did you and Lauren Kanarek and the father have a conversation about scaring Michael Barisone?
I don't recall. It's a very vague question.
Did you ever intend on scaring Michael Barisone?
I don't know what that refers to.
Making him afraid of Lauren?
I do not believe so.
I show you D 200C31. The problem is I can't see when
I know.
I give you my
Sorry.
glasses.
I had them the other day. I didn't need them, so I didn't think I could bring them in.
4914. Can you please look at that?
14.
And that's a conversation between you and the father and Kanarek, Lauren, correct?
When you say conversation, Mr.
Or text
Belinkis,
message.
let's be clear.
I mean-
Conversation has a certain meaning.
Understood.
All right, so if it's a text message, please refer to it as a text message so there's no confusion for the jurors or for the record. Thank you.
Understood.
Is this a text message to me? Is that what it looks like?
Yes.
So what's the question?
Does that refresh your recollection as to whether or not in a text message, you, Lauren Kanarek, and her father were discussing having to scare Michael Barisone?
Judge, I have the same objection that this is hearsay.
Has to do with the threat.
Hold on. Sorry.
Goodwin, were you aware that Lauren Kanarek had gotten access to Michael Barisone's office and taken certain things from it?
I was not aware.
Judge, I'm going to renew the same objection
Yeah.
I made when this was brought up yesterday, and I think you
Aware,
sustained the
I said,
objection.
Judge, I was very.
No, I understand that, and he said no.
Okay, and I tend to use this to impeach him.
Show it to Mr. Shellhorn.
Judge, can we come to sidebar?
Goodwin, I'm going to show you D100C 14-3.
Hold on, Mr. Counsel. For the record, the objection was overruled with my limiting instructions.
I'm going to show you a text message from Lauren Kanarek to you on July 11th, 2019. And I'm going to refer you specifically to item number 4844. And ask you to read that to see if it refreshes your recollection with regards to whether or not you were aware that Lauren Kanarek had access to Michael Barisone's office on that day.
I don't know what this is in regards to.
I don't understand your answer.
I don't
Read the text,
I read the text.
and it's your testimony that that doesn't refresh your recollection as to whether or not you were aware
I
that your
don't.
girlfriend had access to Michael Barisone's office.
I don't understand what. I just got access to Michael's office. Did Michael say you could go into my office? I don't understand that.
All right, move on, Mr. Blinkus.
There's no context.
to your knowledge, did Michael Barisone or anyone associated with his company ask you and Lauren to leave the property?
I think there was a general sense of wanting us to leave, but I don't think till the attorney was involved is when it was considered serious.
On July 25th, 2019, were you concerned that you were going to be thrown off the property on that day?
I mean, like I said, there's a little bit of tension, but they didn't ask us to leave, I don't think, at that date.
When you say a little bit of tension, would you agree with me that it was a lot more than a little bit?
I could tell you I didn't really understand what the problem was.
Okay, but you did understand that there was, in fact, a problem with your girlfriend and basically everyone at Michael Barisone's facility. Correct?
I mean, you'd have to ask them, but I understood there would to be a problem, which was an uncomfortable situation.
Okay. She had a problem with Justin Harden based on your observations, correct?
But yes, I mean, but they talked afterwards, so no. I mean, are you asking if Justin hated her? I couldn't tell you if Justin.
No, he's
hated
not.
her.
He's not asking that question, and don't speak about
Was there a
that.
problem based on your observations between your girlfriend and Justin Harden?
I said she wasn't happy with the way Justin rode Evie, the one horse.
Okay. And was there a problem based on your observations with your girlfriend and Mary Haskins?
There was something going on between them.
Now, when you say something going on, you were aware of numerous Facebook postings that your girlfriend posted disparaging people that worked at the facility, correct?
I mean, I don't think they liked each other.
Okay, but
I can't say
not only liked
specific.
each other, but you were aware of certain attacks by your girlfriend on social media against these people, correct?
Somewhat.
Yeah, when you say these people, I'm not sure that's could be a big
I'm talking about
universe.
Michael Barisone and
I thought we were
Mary
talking-
Haskins.
I thought we were talking about Mary Haskins. I'm unclear of what the problem was between those two. So
Okay. At any point during this situation, did Lauren Kanarek declare war against them, to your knowledge?
I don't know.
How about the father? Do you recall the father ever saying?
Judge, this is-
Yeah, again, this
This
is
is
hearsay, Mr. Belinkus. Objection sustained.
Now, did Lauren Kanarek ever suggest that you punch Mary Haskins in the face?
You rephrasing?
Judge, I think this is hearsay as well.
Is it direct? for the next item. You'll agree with me that with respect to everything that was going on, there were communications either by text message or emails between you, Lauren Kanarek, and her father throughout the entire time, correct?
It's very vague, but yes, there are text threads with me, Lauren, and Jonathan all on.
Like, for instance, with regards to you turning Michael Barisone into the town and having him kicked out of the stables, prior to that, you talked to Lauren Kanarek and the father about that, correct?
I don't recall specifically.
Show you D100C 14-4. Specifically 751. Is that a text message between you, Lauren Kanarek, and the father regarding you going to the town?
The text message from Jonathan.
Jonathan is who?
Oh, Lauren's father.
And it's to both you and Lauren, correct?
Am I reading the right one?
Yeah.
Okay. What's the question?
Does that refresh your recollection as to whether, at least with regards to you turning Michael Barisone into the town and getting him kicked out, that you, Lauren, and the father discussed that in text messages?
I do see the text message here, yes.
And does that refresh your recollection as to whether you talked about that prior to it happening?
I think that is the day that it happened.
But prior to the actual town coming, correct?
I think it's the day I filed. I brought the paper over there.
And they came, what, the next day?
I believe so.
Now, why did you turn Michael Barisone into the town?
All my work throughout the year, I didn't receive one cent. And if he was if communications broke down to the point where I felt like we were leaving and there was no communication of paying for my services, it was in it's kind of a way to repossess my work. I thought they were going to come in and give him a fine and he was going to have to pay it and then go through inspection processes. And when we first started this process, especially at the barn, I told Michael, as the owner, he can pull permits legally. He doesn't need to be a licensed contractor.
I show you 100E2. Is this the letter that you brought to the town?
It is.
And who wrote this letter? You or Lauren?
I dictated to Lauren.
You indicated that you sent this letter because at that point you didn't think you were going to get paid for your work. Is that the reason?
There were several reasons.
What are the other reasons?
One, the fire hazard with a barn that was left on overnight, and the refusal to turn it off while the girl was heading up to sleep, and then code violations.
And you've been working there for a year and a half. Why all of a sudden did code violations bother you?
It's not right. My responsibility to file permits. It's the owners.
My question is, why did you wait a year and a half to file this letter with the town?
I just told you our deal was not going through, so there was no payment, no form of payment for my work.
Had you hadn't given Michael Barisone a bill, correct?
No.
You're sure of that?
The agreement was straight for the trading of the horses. You brought it up earlier that Lauren wasn't happy with that deal.
And when you say the agreement trading for the horses, the whole time you were living in his house, free of charge, other than what's paid for boarding horses, correct?
The agreement to live in the house was to upend our lives, to go train with Michael from the original agreement of bringing the 2 horses, all inclusive.
When you say upend your lives, isn't it a fact that Lauren Kanarek saw the possibility of training with a world-class dressage Olympian was to her advantage?
To her advantage.
You're asking him about Ms. Kanarek's state of mind?
You just made a statement as to why he came
Right,
here.
upend our lives, so.
Upend our lives. Would it be better for your life, specifically?
Not at all.
Were you living in nicer accommodations up there?
In North Carolina, yes.
Now, I show you D100E1A. Isn't it a fact that on June 18th, you submitted a bill, June 18th, 2019, you submitted a bill to Michael Barisone for your work.
That was not submitted, no.
Did you write that up?
I did write that up.
Well, why would you write up a bill and not submit it to Barisone?
The text message you referred to from Lauren about not giving a bill, that's why he didn't get the bill.
So you agreed with your girlfriend not to charge him for the work that you were doing, correct?
I agreed not to receive cash payment, correct?
And that was your choice at that point, correct?
It's a mutual decision between me and Lauren, I believe. Is that true?
And then when problems become, isn't it a fact that you tried to collect $50,000 for your work?
I think the number was in the 20s, but I'm not exactly sure.
Are you aware of the fact
Judge,
that...
I'm going to object.
Let me see it. Objection sustained. I don't find it relevant under 401 and excludable under 403 as well.
Mr. Goodwin, on August 6th, were you notified that Michael Barisone's lawyer had sent a letter telling you and Lauren to get out of the home?
Are you asking if I was aware of it August 6th?
Yes.
I'm not 100% certain.
Were you aware that strike that, August 5th? Were you aware that Michael Barisone's attorney sent a letter to Lauren and her father telling them to get out?
Again, I'm not aware exactly of August 5th or what date we received the letter from the attorney.
Okay, but you will agree with me that on August 5th is the day you went to the town to try to get him kicked out of his living area.
August 5th is when I dropped the letter off, correct?
Were you aware that a formal eviction complaint was served on August 6th?
I was not. I don't think there was any eviction taking place.
Now, when the town came on August 6th, the day before the shooting, did you show them different areas and point things out to them?
I do not believe so.
Did you talk about, strike that, did you personally talk to town officials about specific items?
I believe when there was a discussion on August 5th when I dropped off the letter.
And who did you have that discussion with?
One of the clerks.
And you were one of the contractors working, correct?
I was doing some construction there.
When you say you were doing construction, weren't you doing tens of thousands of dollars of work for Michael Barisone in exchange for you being able to live there and board horses?
So apparently I was doing free construction.
You admit that?
No. Sorry. Let me rephrase that.
Okay.
Apparently I did construction that I did not get paid for 1 cent.
And that was something that Lauren and her dad agreed to have you do with Michael Barisone, correct?
Not correct.
Well, for instance, when you wanted to submit a bill, it was Lauren, not Michael Barisone, that convinced you not to submit that bill, correct?
Lauren talked me into accepting another form of payment, but as I said yesterday, in Florida, me and Michael discussed whatever's left over can go towards payment towards me.
Well, when you say leftover, would you agree that?
Well, the horses,
Would you agree that on the day of the shooting, the farmhouse was far from being fully completed?
so were the apartments that Michael was building above the barn for 2 years. Doesn't mean no work took place during that time.
Did you ever specifically instigate shit with Michael?
I don't know what we're referring to.
Did you ever attempt to instigate an altercation with Michael Barisone at any point?
Did I instigate it? I do not attempt to instigate. I don't believe so.
I show you what has been marked 100C14-5 and ask you if this refreshes your recollection. And I'm referring you to item 199, first text on top. Chris, do you have a copy for the prosecutor?
This is a text from Lauren, I believe, right?
Right. I'm just asking you, does that refresh your recollection as to whether or not you ever intentionally tried to instigate an altercation with Michael Barisone?
No, I don't know what that's in reference to.
Did you ever threaten Ruth Cox?
No.
You never threatened her at the barn, telling her that she was going to go down?
Objection, Judge?
Mr. Palinkas, please rephrase your question.
Do you remember an instance up at this stable area where you got into an argument with Michael Barisone?
I remember one instance, yeah.
And was Ruth Cox there?
No, I don't believe so.
You don't have any recollection of a threat being made where Michael Barisone and Ruth Cox are together?
I don't believe Ruth Cox was there when me and Michael had an argument about JT the horse and not going to the show.
Did you get very loud and were you yelling with regards to that?
We were both loud and yelling.
I'm referring to you. Did you get loud and were you screaming at Michael Barisone?
I got loud.
With regards to your discussions with Lauren Kanarek and the father about calling the town and getting Michael Barisone kicked out of the area that he was now living in, did you tell them well, let's hope this doesn't backfire on me? Did you make that statement?
That is correct, and at the time I wasn't 100%, I was in the clear when I filed the report.
Now, you're currently suing Michael Barisone, correct?
Objection.
No.
You already ruled on this, Your Honor.
I'm not talking about construction, Judge.
So specify what you're talking about then.
Are you suing Michael Barisone for anything related to the shooting?
Me? No,
You're not involved in that lawsuit?
not at all.
Now, were you aware of Lauren Kanarek's plan at any point in time prior to the shooting, her plan to destroy Michael Barisone?
No,
Did Michael Barisone ever threaten you?
oh, I don't think so.
Did Michael Barisone, to your knowledge, ever threaten Lauren Kanarek?
I'm not sure.
Well, didn't you tell the police no, that he never threatened Lauren Kanarek?
Well, you're talking about in his presence.
Any knowledge that he has? Do you have any knowledge?
I'm not sure.
Do you have any knowledge whatsoever from any source that Michael Barisone ever threatened Lauren Kanarek?
Nothing's coming to my mind, but that I believe would be a question for Lauren.
You guys have been together for how long?
Very long time.
And I assume you talk about things on a daily basis?
Would be correct.
Did Lauren Kanarek ever mention to you that her life was being threatened?
Again, I do not recall that specifically. Got a question for Lauren, I believe.
Now, on the morning of the 7th, did you have an altercation with the blacksmith?
I don't believe so.
Did you get into an argument with him?
Blacksmith's name?
Arnie Gervasio.
I do not believe so, no. I don't think I've ever had a bad moment with Arnie.
Did you see Arnie on the morning of the shooting?
I don't recall.
Was there an instance where
Judge, he's already indicated multiple times he doesn't recall.
did you attempt to have,
If there's a way to refresh his recollection, but I would object to any specific questions being asked where he's just said that he doesn't have any recollection.
Judge, if I can ask them?
Let me see at sidebar.
Mr. Goodwin, it's your...
Hold on. Come on. One of the church days.
Mr. Goodwin, we're talking about August 7th, 2019, the day of the shooting. Is it your testimony that you don't recall having an issue with the farrier, the blacksmith, on that morning?
No, I do not specifically remember seeing or talking to the farrier.
I'm going to show you D100C-15, which is a text message from your phone to Lauren Kanarek. And can you look at item 8 and 9?
I'm already lost it.
Oh, shoot, sorry.
Okay, it appears that Evie might have supposed to get shot that day. I think I know what this is.
Okay, and does that refresh your recollection about there being a issue with the farrier blacksmith on that day?
It was a very, very simple issue. He may have been scheduled to put shoes on our horses, and I guess from what I recall is that Michael told him not to shoe our horses anymore.
And when Michael, right there, when the farrier told you that Michael said not to shoe the horses, did you make a physical threat against Michael Barisone?
I do not recall. I do not recall specifically.
Did you communicate this issue and problem to Lauren Kanarek on that day?
I'm sure I may have spoke about her horses not being shod that day. That's a possibility.
When you say it's a possibility, doesn't your text directly address that issue with Lauren Kanarek?
I see the text. I do not specifically remember the text or sending the text on that day, but I can see it's there.
And during that discussion, did Lauren Kanarek tell you to finish the bastard, meaning Michael Barisone?
Objection.
No, don't answer.
No,
No,
give him my
No,
glasses, Judge. Thank you.
sorry. Objection sustained.
Now, with all the recording that you were doing in the stable area, were you aware that Michael Barisone had hired a debugging company to try to find the recordings?
how would I be aware of that?
So your answer is no?
No. No.
Just answer the question, please.
Were you aware that he hired a private security guard to sit in his truck at night and guard the stable area?
No.
You never saw a guy's truck outside all night long? In front or the side of the stable?
I've seen a car. I believe Lauren called 911 at the time it was going up there, but no, I was never up there at that time to witness a security guard or know a security guard was there.
Did you hear them talking about hiring a security guard?
I cannot recall.
Now, with regards to the incident, when Michael Barisone came down from the stable area, you were on the telephone with your lawyer, correct?
Correct.
Were you planning on filing a lawsuit against Michael Barisone before the shooting?
I think the purpose of the attorney was to work out and continue our original deal that we had. I mean,
When you say the original deal, everything had deteriorated to the point of no return, correct?
that is true.
And it's your testimony that the reason you called the attorney was to try to keep things going at the facility?
I mean, I'm not sure what the arrangement between Lauren and the attorney was. I mean, she was
Well, did
more involved with it than I was.
Okay, and why did you call the attorney on that day?
I think he called me.
All right, so you're on the phone with the attorney and you're upstairs in the bedroom, correct?
Correct.
And at some point, you hear Lauren calling for you, correct?
Correct.
Now, at that point, nothing had happened, correct?
No, she was informing me that Michael was there.
Okay, when you say informing you, was she screaming?
She said, "Rob, Michael's here."
And did that cause you any concern?
No.
Even in light of the fact that you got him kicked out of the stable, did you think about that?
I mean, concern about him murdering us? No. I mean, confrontation? Yes. I mean, at that point, I didn't know he was at the house, though, either.
Okay.
You know, she said Michael was here, and that's all
Well,
I didn't understand any context of, what it was. I came downstairs.
and when you use the term confrontation, you saw a confrontation between Michael Barisone and your girlfriend on a previous occasion, correct?
I don't know what that's in reference to.
Did you ever see your girlfriend get into Michael Barisone's face, push him back 20 feet to his car, him trying to leave, and her grabbing his door, shutting it, refusing to allow him to leave? Did you,
I don't think I was present if that happened.
you never saw that?
Judge, you ruled on this yesterday.
Yeah, and move on, Mr. Belinkus.
So Lauren Kanarek says Michael is here. And you're still on the phone with the attorney, correct?
Correct.
You walk down, you open the door, and you step onto the landing, correct?
That's correct.
Now, prior to you walking outside, did you hand the phone to Lauren?
I did at the bottom of the steps before we came outside. We were pretty much either somewhere in the laundry room or right as I got down the steps from my apartment.
Okay, so when you say down the steps, you're talking about the steps inside, not outside, correct?
Correct.
So Lauren is inside at this point. You walk out onto the landing on top of the steps in the back of the house, correct?
Correct.
Did you shut the door?
I think Lauren may have shut the door. I don't know. She was right behind me.
Okay. And according to you, Michael says, can't we work this out? I don't want to go to war.
Correct.
Now,
Or how can we work this out? I don't want a war.
okay. Now, would you agree with me that when he said that, he was calm?
I agree. You look normal. Yes.
You've described him as sorrowful, correct?
Excuse me.
You've described him as sorrowful. Isn't that a fact?
I don't believe so. I don't know what we're referring to.
Okay. At which point in time you say something to the effect, lawyers are involved, they'll resolve it, correct?
I said that he brought lawyers into it so the lawyers can handle it.
Now, at that point in time, you turn your back and start walking away from Michael Barisone, correct?
Not at all.
When did Lauren Kanarek come outside?
Well, I think she was behind me. She said she'll go talk to him. She wanted to try to, I guess, work something out.
When you say work something out,
I don't know what it was in regards to.
would you agree with me that at that point she was pissed off before she even said anything to Barisone?
Are you asking how I feel? What Lauren's?
No, I'm asking you your observations of Lauren Kanarek. Was she angry?
No, she wanted to. I don't know what she was trying to work out. I mean, in my mind, there was nothing to work out. But she said, she wanted to work something out. I guess she at least wanted to hear what he had to say.
Did she casually walk down to talk to him, or did she stomp her way towards him?
She walked over to him. She came down the steps and walked over towards him.
Okay, and did you go into the house?
I stayed there on the porch watching the conversation, or watching what I thought was going to be a conversation.
So, after the shooting, she didn't run up the stairs, open the door, and yell to you not to come out.
You said again?
Okay. After you talked to Michael Barisone and Lauren Kanarek walked down the stairs to talk to Michael, did she, after that, walk up the stairs, open the door, and tell you don't come out?
No.
Were you present when she made her statement to the prosecutor's office?
No.
Did you talk to her about the events and what happened on that night prior to her giving the statement to the prosecutor?
We did not. I know we've talked many times about the incident. It was a very life-changing incident, and unfortunately, I will never forget or get over. So, I mean, I don't understand. Did I coach her? Are you saying? I don't understand.
I'm
what
not
you're
asking her
me.
coaching her, but before she went to talk to the prosecutor and give her official version of the event.
I don't think so. I was instructed, I think, not to.
By who?
By the police, I believe.
When?
I don't know. Lauren was in the hospital for 3 weeks. Sometimes in that 3 weeks, I think I was told somewhere along the line not to discuss, you know.
And it's your testimony that after she got out of the hospital and came home, that you and her never talked about that day, what happened, who did what each other's recollection was.
I just said I'm not sure specifically what was talked about and when was talked about it, but it was a major life-changing event that Lauren, unfortunately, will have to live with problems for the rest of her life because a man shot her 2 times unprovoked.
Okay.
Tried to kill me and her.
Okay. And so, as far as your recollection is concerned, you have no recollection of Lauren, after you talked to Michael, coming to the back door, opening up, and yelling for you not to come out.
I was outside. I witnessed the whole thing.
Now, when you say you witnessed the whole thing, didn't you tell the police you heard the shots?
Of course I heard the shots. I also watched the shots.
Mr. Balinkas, is this a good time to take our morning recess?
Yes,
It's
Judge.
10 of 11. All right. Very good, ladies and gentlemen. We'll take our 15-minute morning recess. We'll resume about 5 after 11 or as close as possible. Thank you. You can step outside. Just stay down this end of the hallway, all right,
Sure.
Mr. Goodwin? Thank you. And don't discuss the case with anyone else.
911-361 was the address of the emergency.
Hi, Mark.
Yes.
411 West Mill Road for trespassers in the caller's horse barn. Go ahead, Michael.
Yes, yeah, I own this place. I have some people who have been living on this place, and they were told to not be in the horse barn after 9 p.m., and they're in the horse barn.
Ms. Gray?
They're scumbags, and I want them warned. They have chased us out of our house, and I need this dealt with tonight.
All right, that was 411 West Mill Road, Washington
Yes,
Township
sir.
at the horse barn. Tell me exactly what happened.
When they were.
There is a client. We have a horse stable, and I asked her to go home for the evening, and she won't leave the barn, and she's screaming at me. Disturbing the peace for the second time in 3 days.
Okay, my partner, send him help. Just stay on the line. I need some more information from you, okay?
Thank you.
Stay on the line with me.
My name is Lauren.
Your last name?
Oh, hold on. Kanarek, sorry. So tonight I called because last night, they're actually, please start from the proper place. Today, all in here, I talked to them, everything was fine. It was over like a Facebook post, this crazy situation going on, very complicated. But last night, at 3:15 in the morning, there was like a very, very suspicious looking vehicle that came in to the driveway going very slowly with a large SUV, and it was going very slowly. I texted the barn owner.
Are you calling about the suspicious vehicle now?
Yes, it just came back.
Okay, hold on. Were weapons involved or mentioned?
No, all that happened was this blacked out SUV with like some guy smoking a cigarette in the front, who I've never seen before, except for last night at 3:15 in the morning, and we overheard them talking about like getting guys to like hurt us, kill us, whatever. We told it to the officers this afternoon, and they know how we have this information and everything.
Are you or anyone else in danger right now?
Am I? Say it again. Am I what?
Are you or anyone else in danger right now?
We feel very much like we could be, seeing as though this happened the other night.
Okay, tell me exactly what happened.
These people are on our place. They have been living in our house in one of the apartment units. They are clients here at our horse stable. This situation is getting worse and worse and worse. The police have been here twice in the last 3 days. They're nuts. They're stalking us. They're harassing us. Last night there was a Facebook post, which is what this woman does. She's
okay. So
anyway, the Facebook post says, "My split personalities are going to take over, and I am not control of what they do. We are in fear for our lives."
No, I understand, but what is going on right now? Are they
Nothing. That's why I'm calling you. I talked to a couple of my lawyer. He said, "Call them right away. Get something going."
okay? Are they there now?
They're down at the house we own, which is a third of a mile from where we are. We're all holed up at the stable. We're under siege here. If they come up the driveway, I don't know what to do. This is not looking good. This is the third time, and I'm getting no relief.
No, I understand, sir.
I have a family.
Sir, I understand.
Where the Facebook post said, "Everyone should be worried. I'm not responsible for anything my other personalities do when they're threatened. I may hide in the bunker."
Hold on. I'm just paraphrasing. So everyone should be worried. I'm not responsible for my behaviors.
Anything my other personalities do when they're threatened. That's insane, and we are in fear for our lives from you.
I was told that my daughter's in a landlord-tenant dispute, and her lawyer got a call that she'd been shot.
And you're the father of who?
I'm the father. My daughter, has horses on a barn there, and she has a dispute with the barn owner.
Okay, what's her name?
Her name?
Yeah.
Her name is Lauren, Lauren, same last name as me, Kanarek.
Hi, this is Mary Haskins Gray. I'm at 411 West Mill Road where the shooting was yesterday.
Okay.
I'm sure you guys know everything that's been going on. I was told if I was scared or in fear of my life to call. We don't have an emergency yet, but Rob Goodwin and the father, Jonathan Kanarek, of Lauren's father, is up here. They just made verbal threats to us that we're pieces of they're going to take us down, that they're coming after Mary Haskins, which is me.
Okay,
they're coming after Justin Harden, and they're
okay,
go after
hold on, ma'am, just
Christina
1 second. Okay.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Right now, I want to switch gears to discuss a brand new trial that we're covering next week out of Morris, New Jersey, involving a former Olympian. 59-year-old Michael Barisone, who was a reserve rider for the 2008 U.S. dressage team, is facing 2 counts of attempted murder and weapons possession for shooting or allegedly shooting his student Lauren Kanarek and attempting to shoot at her fiancé Robert Goodwin back in 2019. Now, Kanarek, who trained with Barisone for 2 years, lived on his horse farm with her fiancé part-time, and investigators say that an ongoing landlord-tenant dispute ultimately led to the tipping point that ended in Barisone shooting Kanarek twice in the chest at point-blank range. Barisone is pleading not guilty by self-defense, and his attorneys plan to argue the insanity defense as well. He faces up to a maximum of 60 years in prison. So while we wait for opening statements on Monday, let's get a better idea of how this case came to be, and we're going to hone in on this ongoing landlord-tenant conflict that these players had. So here's a 911 phone call that was placed by Barisone 4 days prior to the shooting about both Kanarek and her fiancé. Let's listen.
Okay, tell me exactly what happened.
These people are on our place. They have been living in our house in one of the apartment units. They are clients here at our horse stable. The situation is getting worse and worse and worse. The police have been here twice in the last 3 days. They're nuts. They're stalking us. They're harassing us. Last night there was a Facebook post, which is what this woman does. She's
okay. So
anyway, the Facebook post says, "My split personalities are going to take over, and I am not control of what they do. We are in fear for our lives."
No, I understand, but what is going on right now? Are they
Nothing. That's why I'm calling you. I talked to a couple with my lawyer. He said, call them right away. Get something going.
Okay. Are they there now?
They're down at the house we own, which is a third of a mile from where we are. We're all holed up at the stable. We're under siege here. If they come up the driveway, I don't know what to do. This is not looking good. This is the third time, and I'm getting no relief.
No, I understand, sir.
I have a family.
I understand.
The Facebook post said, everyone should be worried. I'm not responsible for anything my other personalities do when they're threatened. I may hide in the bunker.
Hold on. I'm going to just paraphrase. So everyone should be worried. I'm not responsible for my behaviors.
Anything my other personalities do when they're threatened. That's insane, and we are in fear for our lives from you.
All right, so even before we get to that, and clearly there's a lot to break down there, I do want to go now to the victim in this case, Lauren Kanarek. She also called 911 on the same day. Let's listen.
My name is Lauren.
Your last name?
Oh, hold on. Kanarek, sorry. So tonight I called because last night, they're actually pretty stuff in a proper place. Today, all in here, talked to them, everything was fine. It was over like a Facebook post, this crazy situation going on, very complicated. But last night, at 3:15 in the morning, there was like a very, very suspicious looking vehicle that came in to the driveway, going very slowly with a large SUV, and it was going very slowly. I texted the barn owner.
Are you calling about the suspicious vehicle now?
Yes, it just came back.
Okay, hold on. Were weapons involved or mentioned?
No, all that happened was this blacked out SUV with like some guy smoking a cigarette in the front who I'd never seen before, except for last night at 3:15 in the morning, and we overheard them talking about like getting guys to like hurt us, kill us, whatever. We told it to the officers this afternoon, and they know how we have this information and everything.
Are you or anyone else in danger right now?
Am I, say it again, am I what?
Are you or anyone else in danger right now?
We feel very much like we could be, seeing as though this happened the other night.
So you have these two different accounts. Melissa, you tell me what you think.
First thing I think is I'm glad that her non-schizophrenic side called in and was able to articulate what was going on. Here's the deal. This is a he said, she said thing right now, just from what you're playing in the two phone calls that you're playing, okay? If you really wanted them off their property, the way it works in general is because they're living there. The way it works here in the state of Tennessee is you call the sheriff's department, you have them served with an eviction notice. They have 30 days to leave the property. She's calling, and so he didn't really say when he called, he's like, this is just crazy. She made this Facebook post. People post crazy things on Facebook all the time. I don't believe you can really rely on Facebook, and calling the police for that You know, when an officer gets that call, we're kind of like, okay, what happened? What happened other than these words that hurt your feelings or hurt what happened? And she's calling though and talking about a vehicle that was there last night and it was blacked out. And I don't know how she heard them talking about possibly harming them, but neither one of them were in immediate danger. So right now at this point, just based on what you played, it's a he said, she said, and he should have been like, how do I evict them from my property?
So Dr. Della Torre, let me ask you this. After Barisone was led away after the shooting, he apparently kept repeating the phrase over and over, I had a good life, I had a good life. This is a guy who we mentioned before that there's an intention to plead insanity here, and yet you heard him on the phone accusing someone else of having mental illness. What do you think about that?
Yeah, the insanity is going to be very tough. I mean, some 50-year-old man all of a sudden developing a mental illness at this point in his life seems highly unlikely. But I had a good life. I had a good life. Remember, this guy isn't a killer, right? He rides horses, right? He rides horses in the Olympics, right? The horses just jump around and prance around and do stuff. That's what dressage is. So this is not a killer, right? This is someone who shot someone twice in the chest. And, you know, probably because he believed something that probably wasn't accurate about what was going on between the two of them. And so, yeah, I can easily see how all of a sudden he sees his life kind of end right before his eyes because he pulls out a gun and shoots someone.
Well, doctor, just following up on that one more time, if he's arguing self-defense and insanity, how does that work?
I don't think that it does. I think it's got to be either or, because while it's certainly possible that someone could have a delusional belief in which they are engaging in some kind of self-defense measure to protect themselves, I think it flies in the face of what the self-defense standard would actually be, because you have to actually perceive the threat as being real. So it's certainly possible, but I can't see a world in which both of them work at the same time.
It's a weird one. It's a weird case. It's a sad case, and we'll continue to follow it. And next week should be very interesting nonetheless.
Hi, this is Dan Abrams with exciting news for all of our Law and Crime followers on YouTube. You can now get the live Law and Crime Network with YouTube TV for all of your daily live trial coverage, legal news, expert analysis, and original true crime programs. Subscribe to YouTube TV today, and then locate Law and Crime in the channel guide. And for only $1.99 a month, you can add the network to your bundle. Watch Law and Crime every day with YouTube TV. We put you in.
Mr. Barisone, when the court's making a ruling, I don't expect to see you put your head down on a table again. Do you understand me? It's inappropriate to do that. If you disagree with my rulings, that's fine. I don't want to see you put your head on the table again. All right, and counsel, do either of you plan on mentioning in opening statements the fact that Mr. Barisone has been incarcerated? I know it may come up during expert testimony. We take pains to avoid that.
I will not be mentioning it.
Right. Nor do I expect any mention of the length of time between the incident and today's trial. You weren't planning on mentioning that, were you, Mr. Balinkas?
Time, no.
Now, obviously, it has relevance to the extent that witnesses' memories may fade because of, so obviously it'll come up on cross-examination. I just don't want any inferences to the jury about how long it's taken this case to come to trial, because a good part of it was due to the pandemic, and that was in control of no one. All right, ready, Mr. Schallhorn?
Yes, Judge.
All right, you can be using the podium?
Yes, Judge.
All right, very good. All right, bring the jurors in. Be seated, everyone. Thank you, members of the jury. We are ready to commence with the trial, beginning with opening statements. Mr. Shellhorn.
Thank you, Judge. May it please the court, counsel, members of the jury, good morning. Thank you again all for being here today and for serving on the jury. 411 West Mill Road is an equestrian farm, a 50-acre equestrian farm and training facility located in Washington Township, New Jersey. When you turn from West Mill Road onto the property, there's a long driveway that goes back almost directly through the center.
Counsel, be seated for a second. There's a couple things that I need to address. All right, number one, juror number 14.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I was informed first by the officer and then by my staff at the break that at some point during the cross-examination, you were able to see a document that was up on one of the prosecutor's screens. Is that an accurate statement?
I could see it, but I could not read it.
Right, okay. And you saw it directly, or was it reflected off one of the dividers?
Well, early on, I saw photographs.
Right.
I saw off the divider. Then subsequent, I saw a document when you were over the sidewalk.
Okay.
I saw the same document.
Yes, all right.
I could not read it.
All right, and I've instructed, it's unfortunate, this is COVID era, and you are seated where you are. Normally, you'd be in the box and you wouldn't be able to see anything. So I've instructed the prosecutors at sidebar when it was first brought to my attention to be very careful about that. So if there's something that's going to be shown to the witnesses on the screen, they'll pull that up, but otherwise, they shouldn't pull up documents. And if they happen to pull something up, just try not to look at it to the best of your ability, okay? And fine, that should handle the situation. Now, the other situation is I was informed by my staff that some of the jurors in the second row may have heard whispering coming from the gallery. That's completely unacceptable. Not that the jurors heard it, but there's whispering in the gallery. People in the gallery cannot talk about the case, especially because we have jurors in the first two rows. And members of the jury, thank you for bringing that to my staff's attention. If it persists, I will have my courtroom cleared. Do I make myself clear? Please do not discuss any aspect of the case. Do not speak about the case. Do not speak about anything that may distract our jurors when you are in the courtroom. If there is another complaint, I will exercise my authority and clear the courtroom except for the jurors. I don't want to have to do that. This is a public courtroom, a public trial. You have a right to be here, but the jurors have a right not to be distracted by whispering in the courtroom. They have to pay careful attention, and they have been throughout this trial, and I have no doubt they will continue to pay attention to what occurs in the courtroom from the witness stand, but they cannot be distracted by members of the public in the gallery. So please do not speak at all about the case. You should be saying nothing. Just listen to the testimony. If you have comments, that's fine. I'm sure you all do. Share them outside the presence of the members of the jury. All right, thank you. All right, with that being said, can we bring in Mr. Goodwin, please, and we'll continue with the cross-examination. And members of the jury, please, if you hear anything, just bring it to my staff's attention or raise your hand and I'll deal with it immediately. All right, thank you.
Goodwin.
Hold on, before we proceed, I'm sorry, can I see counsel at sidebar for one moment, please? the continued cross-examination of Mr. Goodwin. Go ahead, counsel.
Mr. Goodwin, you testified that you saw the actual shooting of Lauren Kanarek, correct?
Yes.
Did you previously tell Corporal Thomas Fellini that after you talked to Michael Barisone, you turned to walk back into the residence, then Lauren Kanarek walked over to speak to Michael Barisone?
Judge, can we come to sidebar?
Reword and clarify your questioning of the witness, please.
Mr. Goodwin, after the shooting, did you talk to the Washington Township Police Department?
I did.
Did you give them a statement right after the incident as to what actually happened?
I did give a statement.
Did you tell the Washington Township Police Department that after you spoke to Michael Barisone, you turned your back and walked into the house?
To walk back into the house. This is the problem, Mr. Blinkus. Why don't you show it to him and ask the witness if that's what he said to the police?
It says walk into the residence. That's why I said that.
All right, please proceed.
Mr. Goodwin, I'm going to show you Defense Exhibit 100C 14.6, which is an affidavit. I'm going to refer you to page 4 and point out a portion.
It's big enough, thank you.
Right, and ask you to read that to see if it refreshes your recollection as to what you specifically told the police immediately after the incident.
This is a transcript of the recorded.
It's an affidavit from the
I'm not
police?
familiar with
Okay.
what that means.
It's a sworn statement submitted by the police.
That is not accurate.
So is it your testimony that you never told the police immediately after the incident that after you talked to Michael Barisone, you walked into the residence and heard gunshots?
That doesn't say I walked into the residence. It says, what's important in that thing is that it says that I did.
The witness not comment on what's contained in the police document. This isn't what we talked about.
Let me see again, slide one. Move on, Mr. Delaney.
Now, you observed Lauren Kanarek walking to Michael Barisone. Is that your testimony?
Correct.
And did you hear what Lauren Kanarek said to Michael Barisone?
She said she would talk to him, and as she was walking,
I'm asking what she said to him, not you.
I think she started to say something, and then Michael pulled the gun out and shot her.
When you say he reached, weren't you still blocked by that huge bush and could only see from his chest up, as you've testified to?
So the other day he stepped forward and reached out his arms before he shot Lauren. So, no.
Did you see him on the telephone?
Excuse me?
Did you see him on the telephone at any point?
No.
Did you see Michael Barisone's phone on a table in that general area at any point?
I saw a gun in Michael's hands, no phone.
And when did you see this gun?
When he pulled it up and shot Lauren.
Now, you said Michael Barisone's about 6'3", 6'4"?
Correct.
And you were standing on the label. How far up on his body could you see him from that location?
I think chest up.
So from
maybe a little higher.
Okay, so about from here to me?
Somewhere about there, yeah.
And it's your testimony that he picked the weapon up high enough for you to see it over that bush and fire 2 shots into Lauren Kanarek?
As Lauren was approaching Michael to have this conversation that Michael said he wanted to have with us, he took a step forward towards Lauren, raised up his hands and shot. So his arms were to, you understand what I'm saying? He stepped out from behind the bush at that point. He took 1 step from behind the bush when he shot. He was not aggressively, sorry. He took a step towards Lauren when he took the shot, when he raised up the gun.
All right, so let me see if I understand what you're saying. If you're on the porch, the bush is approximately, 8 feet away from where you're standing?
About, yeah.
And it's as high as Michael Barisone's chest, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and even though you're elevated, you only see from here up, correct?
Correct.
Now, it's your testimony from that position that Michael Barisone takes the step, what, to my right?
Towards the gravel driveway.
Okay.
Towards Lauren where she was standing.
And raises his hand and shoots her.
Correct.
Now, how tall is Lauren Kanarek?
Five, 5'6".
Well, can I assume he didn't raise the gun up this high to shoot at Lauren Kanarek over 5'5"?
I think that would be pretty accurate, yeah.
Okay, and he and this is based on what you're testifying you saw, the gun was about where when he fired the shots that like straight out from his arm as I'm holding it. Approximately 4 feet, correct? Approximately.
I'm sorry.
How
do you say?
high was his arm raised?
He raised his hand. He extended his arm.
And you could see that over the bush.
Do we have a picture? I'll show. He stepped one step forward out.
One step forward out.
To the driveway, which was enough to be unconcealed by the bush 100%. And I don't know if that bush was there, if it would block his arms. Because like I said, I definitely could see his shoulders. I saw his arms come up when he talked to me, when he came up to talk to me. So if he held his gun up, I think it'd be pretty reasonable to say that I saw it still. If he stood in the exact same position he tried to lure us out of the house from.
When you say lure us out of the house, you and both Lauren came out on your free will, correct?
I think he tried to pull us to his area. I came out to the porch. I did not want to conversate with him. I told him the attorneys will handle it. I believe his intention was to pull us out of the house.
I asked you when you first observed Michael Barisone if you would describe him as sorrowful, and you didn't even seem like you understood what I was asking. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, I did not recall it. I don't know, and also you were very vague about, was he sorrowful within the 2 years that I've ever met him? I had no context.
No. I'm talking about
I didn't know that.
moments before the shooting. I'm talking about the day of the incident. Did you tell the police in your official version he looked really sorrowful? Page 4, bottom of the first paragraph.
Where's it at?
Page 4, bottom of the first paragraph. You need my glasses? Or?
No, I can see this. Bottom of the first paragraph.
Did you describe your observations of Michael Barisone immediately before the shooting as sorrowful?
It says here I did, and
Do you recall that?
I don't recall saying this. No.
Is there any doubt?
I left a statement when Lauren was dying in the hospital. Well, when I thought Lauren was dying in the hospital, or possibly not alive.
Okay, and at that point, is it fair to say that you had no love lost for Michael Barisone and you weren't saying anything trying to protect him?
What is fair to say is I think this is consistent with what I'm saying is sincere, sorrowful. He tried to draw us out of the house to him so he could shoot us.
Did you say I could only see from the chest and above, and he said something like he looked really sorrowful, you know? What did you just say you believe that to mean?
He looked sincere in saying, how do we work this out? I personally did not care because...
But my specific question is, did you use the term sorrowful?
It says right here I said sorrowful. I agree.
So will you agree with me that calm and sorrowful is a huge difference between angry?
I never said he was angry.
And would you agree with me that based on your entire observations, the entire incident, he never appeared angry, correct? Correct?
I believe we just went over this, yes.
Now, you just testified to my last question that you observed Michael Barisone shoot Lauren Kanarek from the landing on top of the stairs, correct?
Correct. I was on the landing.
Did you tell the police in your official statement that before the shooting, you came down the stairs?
Came down the stairs from...
Before the shooting?
Yes, I was upstairs on the third floor apartment. I imagine I came down some stairs.
Can you look at page 3? Is it your testimony that your reference to the police that you came down the stairs, that you were talking about inside of the house at that point? Is that your sworn testimony?
I believe that's in reference to me coming down the stairs from the apartment.
Well, when you said Lauren walked down the stairs, where was she walking down the stairs in that specific sentence? Where was Lauren when you were walking down the stairs? Was she outside at that point?
She was behind me.
Well,
and then she
you
walked
agree
down
with
the
me
stairs.
that you told the police she walked down the stairs to talk to Barisone, and then 2 shots were fired. Isn't it a fact you were inside when the shots were fired?
Not at all a fact. Ridiculous.
Now, how quickly were these shots fired in succession?
Very quickly, a stopwatch. Boom, boom.
Okay, and then how quickly after that was the shot you claimed was fired at you?
Took 2-3 more steps, turned to me and fired at me, so a couple of seconds.
Okay, so
Some sort of a pause in between the two shots fired at Lauren. Little hesitation, maybe a pause, whatever you want to call it. Aimed at me and fired at me.
okay, boom, boom, boom.
Boom, boom, boom.
Now, were those shots loud?
Not overly, no. I don't think so. I mean, they were loud, yes, but
9mm, correct?
yeah, that'll be a reference question, right?
Well, you're familiar with 9mm. Was it a loud boom?
Wasn't as loud as Lauren's gun.
Did you tell the police that after he fired at Lauren, that you ran in the house? Did you tell the police that immediately after the incident?
Sorry, can you rephrase it? Or can you say it again?
Sure. Did you tell the police that after Lauren was shot, I kind of ran in the house? Did you say that?
I dove into in through the door as Michael raised the gun up at me.
Did you say I ran in the house again, a second time in your official statement?
I dove into the house. I remember seeing the tempered glass windows shattering around the floor as I was laying on the floor. So if I did it, maybe it was a misspeak. I'm sure throughout here we'll find more. Do I have a minute to read this?
No, not. If I ask you a question and refer it, I'll refer you to a specific section. Now, you see Lauren get shot. Isn't it a fact that after she got shot, she ran away, and you have no idea where she went?
I did lose contact when I dove into the house of where she went, yes.
And did she run around the house based on your observations?
She ran away when after Michael shot at her, she turned around, ran away. Pretty shortly after, he raised the gun at me and I dove into the house, so I did not see if Lauren ran around the house.
Did you ever tell anyone that Lauren disappeared and you think she ran around the house?
I don't know what Lauren did after I dove in the house.
Well, you weren't in the house for any length of time, correct?
I dove on the floor and I got up and I charged out at the time Michael was charging in.
Okay. And was Lauren there in the immediate area at that point?
Lauren was there because on the conflict on the porch, when Michael brought the gun up and I had him in a chokehold, she grabbed his gun hand and tried to pull it down.
Okay,
I assume.
Go ahead.
I assumed he was going to try to shoot at me over his head, over his shoulder. But Lauren jumped on his arm and held his gun hand.
Now, did you ever tell the police that Lauren Kanarek was up on the stairs grabbing at Michael Barisone's arm with a weapon in it in your official statement?
I would imagine I did say that.
Can you look at page 3 same paragraph I'm talking about, and see whether or not it refreshes your recollection as to whether you ever mentioned that Lauren Kanarek and you were on the stairs trying to get a gun away from Michael Barisone.
Not in that paragraph, it does not say that.
When you say the paragraph, that's the paragraph when you talk about the actual shooting, correct?
The paragraph I just read.
And nowhere in there did you mention that Lauren Kanarek was on the steps struggling with you and
She wasn't on the steps.
Where was
she
she?
reached up while me and Mike were on the steps. She was on the side of the railing. She reached up, tried to grab Michael's arm.
with her feet on the ground?
She could have been on the steps. She was behind Michael. She was.
Well,
There was me, Michael, Lauren. I saw Lauren jump up and grab his hands. I don't know exactly where she was standing.
Okay, but you testified previously she was on the steps, correct?
Judge, I'm not entirely sure that's accurate.
All right, I'll ask it again. Where exactly was Lauren Kanarek where you say she reached up and tried to grab Michael Barisone?
She was on would be Michael's front side, on the other end of me and Michael. All I saw were her hands and that they were wrapped around his arm as he was trying to pull it up. She was trying to pull his arms down.
And again, I don't want to belabor this point anymore, but you don't know whether she's on the steps or she's on the ground.
I was concentrating on the gun that was coming up to my head.
Okay, and when you're talking about this specific instance, Michael Barisone his back is to you, correct?
Correct.
Lauren Kanarek is in front of you, him, correct?
Correct.
And had you struck him in the head at this point?
Question, yes.
And did you knock him out with that punch?
No.
So, at some point in time, when the gun, according to you, is in Michael Barisone's hand, both you and Lauren are struggling with him to try to get the gun, correct?
No. I was struggling to stop him from murdering us.
Okay, well, you saw the slide back and immediately recognized that the gun was empty before you leaped out and struck him according to your testimony, correct?
That is what I said.
So there was no danger in any other bullets being fired based on your observations of Michael Barisone and the gun.
I don't know if I was able to process. I don't know if I was able to process what was going on. I was very unfamiliar with the gun. I did not, I did not know the full extent of processing it. I mean, I watched Lauren get shot, and yet I didn't realize she was shot until I saw the holes coming out of the back of her shirt. So it was a very stressful, fast time.
We'll get to that point in a second, but let's talk about something else first. You say you physically see, not hear, but physically see Michael Barisone shoot Lauren Kanarek, correct? And it's your testimony that with that observation, you didn't even realize that she was shot. Is that your testimony?
Correct.
Even though you claim to have seen a gun, heard the gun fire twice, you did not realize until after you started beating Michael Barisone that he was shot, she was shot. Is that your testimony?
She did not, let me rephrase it this way. She did not fall on the ground after being shot. There is a possibility that maybe she was missed. We get those possibilities out of the way when I'm looking at holes coming through the back of her shirt. That is when I realized she was shot by Michael.
Now, you'll agree with me when you leaped at Michael Barisone and cracked him in the face, that was the first punch that you landed.
Correct.
Now, didn't Michael Barisone have his back to you at that point?
No, he was charging into the house and I was leaping out of the house.
When did he turn his back on you?
Well, after I punched him, he looked dazed for a little bit, and then out of nowhere just turned and went to go run off. I don't know if he was where he was running to. I don't know what he was doing. I don't know what he was thinking. He turned around, and I don't know if he was retreating or what, but he turned around and gave me his back.
And where exactly on Michael Barisone's face did you strike him?
I think the forehead.
When he turned his back and attempted to get away, is that when you leaped on his back and started to choke him?
I'm sorry, I just said I don't know what he was doing, so I'm not saying that he attempted to get away.
Okay.
He could have been going to finish killing Lauren. There's nothing that states he was trying to get away. He was a man with a gun on our property trying to kill us.
Okay.
I subdued him.
Okay, so at some point, irrespective of what his intentions are, he tries to walk away from you, correct?
He turned around.
Turned around. And at At that point, you jump on his back and you start choking him.
At that point, I threw a chokehold right on his neck.
And is he still on the stairs at this point?
We're either on the patio, I think we're right on the top, not the patio, sorry, the porch, the little porch. We're on the top of the porch at that point. Maybe one step down, I don't know. We're on the porch.
So you're on the landing or the first step going down, okay? That's what your testimony is?
Yeah, pretty close to it, yeah.
So is it safe to assume that when you struck him in the forehead, he was on the landing?
That is correct.
Did he attempt to turn and walk away while he was still on the landing?
Turned around.
Okay, and started to walk down and only got to the first step, correct? According to what you just said.
I feel like we're having a play on words here. Say it
No,
again.
I just want to try to be accurate. You indicated he's on the landing and you hit him in the forehead. He turns around, he's still on the landing, and he's either on the landing or he's taking his first step down, and you jump on him and start choking him, correct?
Yeah, as soon as he turned around, I was on his neck.
Okay.
As soon as he turned around, you got to remember, this is a fight for my life, Lauren's life.
Right.
So,
Okay.
as soon as he turned around, I tried to subdue him.
Okay, and where was Lauren at this point when he's at the top of the stairs trying to grab at the gun?
Next time I see Lauren is when the gun comes up. Lauren jumps on his arm to protect me. At that point, we don't know the gun is jammed or anything of the fact. And like I said, even seeing it, I did not recognize, it did not process in my head that that gun was no longer a weapon because the slide was locked back.
Didn't you tell the police that the reason why you decided to charge at Michael Barisone is because you saw that the slide was back and realized that the weapon had no bullets in it?
Please show me where I was set, anywhere.
We'll get to that. Now, when you were choking Michael Barisone, did he pass out?
He did.
And where's Lauren Kanarek at that point?
Lauren Kanarek is on the side of the stairs. Well, we're all grouped in one section. If you got a picture, it's easier if I just show you than explain.
Now, at this point in time, were you down on the concrete patio?
I was on top of Michael and we were both on the patio.
Did you slam Michael Barisone's face into the concrete patio?
We passed out, we fell onto the patio, onto the concrete patio.
At any point in time in the struggle, did you punch him in the face?
When Michael was coming back to, he was trying to get back up. I did punch him.
How many
and I
times?
did hold him down.
How many times did you punch Michael Barisone in the face?
I don't know. Enough to get him to not get access to the gun anymore.
Do you have any idea how many punches that took?
I mean, this is a fight for my life, so was I concerned about how many times I was punching the man that is trying to get up? I was not, and no, I do not know how many times I punched him in the face. The fact of the matter is, he was trying to get back up.
And did you punch him on the side of the head, in both ears?
Specifically, I do not know.
Have you seen any pictures of what Michael Barisone looked like after you got done punching him and hitting him?
I saw him on his first court hearing.
Now, at some point in time, did Lauren Kanarek start beating Michael on the side of the face with her telephone?
Lauren Kanarek may have hit him a few times. At that point, she was just about to pass out.
And it's your testimony?
I did.
Go ahead.
I did want her to, want her to stay alive. I don't know if my focus was that she just maybe compress or hold the blood in. I would prefer that's what she would be doing.
Okay, but did she beat Michael Barisone for approximately 7 minutes during this incident?
No.
How many times did you see Lauren Kanarek hit Michael Barisone with her telephone in the ear and the cheek area?
A few times I've seen Lauren. She was also in the fight for her life. Okay? She hit him a few times, but at this point she was very, very close to passing out, and she couldn't even stand. So I do not believe there was any sort of damage done from her hitting. She may think she did some damage. You may imply that she did some damage, but at this point, she was almost dying.
Okay, incapable of walking around at this point, correct?
At this point, she was on the ground, yes.
Incapable of walking up the stairs and getting an object from the landing, correct?
We're talking about after I subdued Michael. Yes, you're implying before.
No.
Before.
I'm not implying before. Listen to my question. Your testimony, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that immediately after the shooting, you strike Michael, he turns his back, you choke him, you fall to the patio area, and you start to subdue him, correct?
That is correct.
And Lauren Kanarek is there the whole time, on her knees, correct?
From when I had Michael on the ground, and we all fell on the ground.
Right?
Yes, she is right there with us.
She's right there with you, and she starts hitting her with the phone. You saw that, correct?
I just said that.
Okay. Do you know how she got her phone to hit Michael Barisone, which wasn't available to her at that point?
Yeah, Mr. Belinkus, don't editorialize, please. Just ask the question. Do you know?
I didn't understand.
I know. Just re-ask the question and don't editorialize. Just ask a question,
Did you
please.
see Lauren Kanarek leave the area, walk up the stairs, grab her iPhone, come down, and then start beating Michael Barisone? She never left that area, correct?
At that point, like I stated, she was pretty much dying.
Okay. And can I assume that after that, you didn't see her go back up the stairs again and get a different phone and come down and call 911?
She had my phone from the minute I walked down the stairs from the apartment.
Correct.
Did I give it to her either?
Mr. Belinkus, again.
Okay.
You know, we don't need your comments about the testimony. It's inappropriate.
Understood.
You don't say correct when a witness answers. Don't do it again, please.
She had your phone when she came to talk to Michael Barisone, correct?
She definitely had my phone, yes.
And this whole shooting, the sequence of events, would be heard by the lawyer who was on the call, correct?
I assume, yes.
And after you struck Michael and choked him, she was down on her knees, close to dying the entire time, correct?
From that point on, yes, till the police showed up.
You never saw her, and correct me if I'm wrong, her going up the stairs once or twice to get something.
No.
She wasn't even capable of doing that based on your observations of her medical condition, correct? Correct?
Yes.
Now, did you see Lauren Kanarek running around in a circle at any point?
I assume we're talking about the incident. I do not recall her running in a circle. I recall her running away from Michael. And when I say run away, I saw a few steps before Michael aimed a gun at me and I dove inside, so.
At any point during this incident, did Michael Barisone say anything to you after your initial discussion with him?
No.
Now, when you were subduing Michael Barisone, did you tell the police that you didn't think he knew where he was at that point, or words to that effect?
After I punched him or after he was choked out?
After he was choked out.
After no, he was choked out, and then when he was coming back to consciousness is when he was moving around and trying to get up.
Anything further, Mr. Belinkas?
Yes, Judge, I'm just going over my notes. Did you tell the police immediately after this incident that you thought Michael Barisone had psychological problems?
Objection.
That was your...
Hold on, there's an objection, Mr. Valenkas. Let me see. The objection sustained.
Mr. Goodwin, at any time during this incident, did you observe anything that would indicate that Michael Barisone was having psychological problems?
Objection. It's the same question in a different form.
Right, it was dressed up, but focusing on the question is not, we know you're not an expert. All right, so counsel's just asking what observations you made about the defendant.
I'm not really too sure how to answer the question.
All right, ask another question, Mr. Valenkas.
Now, with regards to your observations of Michael before the shooting, you've already testified that he was calm and sorrowful. Would you also describe him as sincere when he said, "How could we end this"?
My first impression was, yes, it was a sincere gesture. I couldn't tell you if he was sincere or if he was just trying to lure us out of the house.
Okay. And He mentions the term war, correct?
He did.
And were you aware, and did you personally see Lauren Kanarek's constant?
It's a compound question.
Okay. Did you see Lauren Kanarek's use of the term going to war numerous times throughout the last 2 or 3 weeks leading up to the incident?
I have no context to it, nor do I remember specifically anything you're talking about.
Now, did your dog attack Michael Barisone?
When we were on the concrete patio, the dog got out because I didn't have time to close the door as I was trying to control the situation. So yes, at some point I noticed Rosie when me and Michael are tied up on the ground and I'm subduing him.
Did you see Rosie biting Michael Barisone?
I believe Rosie bit me as well.
Did you see Rosie bite Michael Barisone?
I did.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Did you see Rosie bite Michael Barisone in his inner groin area next to his genitals?
He was face down, so I couldn't imagine how that would happen, but
Now, did you break Michael's arm?
I did.
Did Michael pass out at any point in time during this beating?
So
I
Michael.
mean, in addition to what he already testified about? When he put him in the chokehold, you meaning after that point in time? So
After
the chokehold, he's asking.
Were you aware that Ruth Cox had a gun at the facility?
No.
Now, Mr. Goodwin, the day before the shooting, when the townspeople were there, at some point, did you take your finger and form it into a pistol, pretend like you pulled the trigger, and mouth the words to Michael Barisone, "Get ready"?
Not at all.
I'm going to show you a series of pictures. 800. Sit. 852 to 865. Is this the same or different? Okay. I'm going to show you these photographs.
Can I see what the witness is being shown?
Just be careful when you view those, Mr. Shellhorn.
Judge, I think the witness has already said that he's seen no pictures of the defendant after this all happened, so I'm not sure what the relevance.
Let me see it.
Kanarek.
That objection was sustained. Ask something else, Mr. Blinkus, please.
Mr. Goodwin, after the police arrived, you had an opportunity to see Michael Barisone there, correct?
I don't know what capacity you're talking about. I did see him there after the incident, yes.
And would you agree with me that his face was filled with blood?
I think I was more concerned with what Lauren was
I understand
doing.
that. But with regards to your observations of Michael Barisone, would you agree that his arm looked deformed? Did you see that?
I don't know how he looked after. I did see him. I did not assess him, is I think what you're asking for, an assessment of what I thought of Michael after the incident.
Okay.
I assessed Lauren.
My last question. The week leading up to this incident, things were extremely toxic, correct?
They were tense.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury why on August 3rd, 2019, you were searching Mary Haskell's
Objection, Judge.
11-year-old
Objection,
daughter?
Judge. Objection.
Mr. Blinkus. You have anything else, Mr. Blinkus?
No, Judge.
How long's your redirect?
I think it will be before the lunch break, Judge.
All right.
If that's all right.
Yeah, sure. We'll get it done. Redirect.
Mr. Goodwin, you were asked questions about when the township officials came to the property. Did you meet with any of the township officials?
I recall talking to them, and I dropped the paperwork off at the clerk's office.
But I'm asking specifically when they came to the property, did you speak to them at all?
I don't believe I interacted with them.
Were you at the barn at any point when they were at the barn?
I wasn't.
Were you in the area where Michael Barisone was?
I was in the barns along the aisle.
Now, I just wanted to ask you a few questions about your statement. Do you still have that in front of you?
I do.
And I believe that's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 100E5?
Correct.
That's the statement that Mr. Blinkus referred to as your official version of the events?
Correct.
Now, he asked you at some point whether you heard the shots against Lauren or saw the shots against Lauren.
Yes.
Do you remember what you testified to on direct yesterday?
That I saw Michael shoot Lauren.
And I'm going to direct your attention to page 30. About halfway down the page. Do you see a line that says SG? So
SG in the midway, yes. Just one, yes.
And it says SG. Is that Detective Sasha Gould?
She's one of the detectives I talked with.
And it says, she asked you, so you see him take the gun out, you see him actually firing at Lauren. And your response is yes?
Correct.
So you told that to the police on August 7th, 2019?
Yes.
Does it sound familiar that this statement began at approximately 5:09 that afternoon?
I wouldn't know what time it was.
And if I direct your attention to page 1. If you look at the last paragraph on page 1, does that refresh your memory of approximately what time that statement began?
I don't think it's that inaccurate.
Do you remember approximately what time the shooting happened?
2 o'clock.
So you gave a statement to the police that was recorded at the police station approximately 2 hours after the shooting.
Correct.
3 hours, I'm sorry.
Three.
My math is off. Now, you were also asked questions about whether you had walked down the stairs and off the porch. Do you remember that question?
Yes, I very vividly.
And I think Mr. Bolinkis asked you, did you step off of the porch and down onto the patio area?
I think Mr. Blinkus was confused about the...
All right, hold on. Don't opine on
Just yes
Mr.
or no.
Bolinkis' state of mind,
Sure.
all right? Just answer the question, please. Thank you.
So my question was, do you remember the question about whether you stepped off the porch onto the patio area?
I do.
And what was your answer to that question?
No.
Now I'm going to direct your attention to, I believe, page 28. And down at the bottom of page 28, where you asked questions about when Lauren came to get you.
I'm sorry, I didn't. Page 28?
Page 28 at the bottom.
At the bottom. What am I looking at?
Does it say Detective Sasha Gould asked, where are you actually? Are you still in the house, or you're on the porch now at this point? And did you respond, I was in the house, I came down the stairs, I think I handed off the phone to Lauren, because unintelligible on the phone with the attorney. I walked outside and he said, how could we end this? Looking really sincere. I mean, she said on the front porch, and you said, yeah.
It's accurate.
So you told the police on August 7th, 2019, that you were on the porch while you were talking to Michael Barisone.
Correct.
And I think the last thing I wanted to clear up was the question about whether you went into the house or stayed on the porch at the time of the shooting. Do you remember that series of questions?
Yes.
And specifically on page, for example, three.
Page 3?
Page 3.
Okay.
In the beginning, probably the fifth line down to that second main paragraph, is that a paragraph of your statements to the police? That's you speaking? It says RG in the left-hand side.
Yeah, I'm just trying to read it real quick.
I'm going to direct you to where you need to read. I'm just asking.
Yeah,
you.
that's my paragraph.
So that's you speaking there, right?
Yes.
And about the fifth line down, do you see on the left column where it says shot at me?
Yes.
Does it say shot at me? I kind of ran in the house, and then he started coming in as well. I didn't run. I didn't run in the house, just, because the incident was going on. I didn't know what to do. I ducked in the house, and then I realized, like, what the hell am I doing? And I kind of turned around.
Yeah, I think, yeah.
So did you actually go inside the house or not?
I dove in the house.
How far into the house did you go?
It was a very small room. I dove far enough I felt like I was protected from the shots being fired at me. I just wanted to get behind cover.
No further questions, Judge.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Goodwin, did you also say on page 30, I think she ran like around the house?
That's Mr. Belenkas, that's not.
I didn't ask anything about that.
Yeah, that's not a recross question, and it has to be in response to what was brought up on redirect. Do you have any questions about what Mr. Shellhorn brought up?
No.
All right. All right, you may step down. Thank you.
Me? No.
Please don't discuss the case with anyone in case you have to be recalled. Thank you. All right, members of the jury, we're going to take our lunch and recess now. Hold on. I know you're all anxious. I am too. But I just want to get back to that issue about jurors hearing whispering. Can I see by a show of hands the jurors in the gallery who may have previously heard some whispering? All right. We have 2 jurors. Okay, very good. I'm just going to ask you 2 to remain in place, if you would, because I just want to speak to you a little bit further with the attorneys, okay? The rest of the jurors, you can go enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you around 1:30 this afternoon. We have some more witnesses that the state will call. Thank you. And just confirm for me that it's been cut.
Now on a birth 361 with the address of the emergency. Hi, Mar.
Yes.
411 West Mill Road for trespassers in the Caller's Horse Barn. Go ahead, Michael.
Yes. Yeah, I own this place. I have some people who have been living on this place, and they were told to not be in the horse barn after 9 p.m., and they're in the horse barn. They're scumbags, and I want them warned. They have chased us out of our house, and I need this dealt with tonight.
All right, that was 411 West Mill Road, Washington Township at the horse barn. Tell me exactly what happened.
There was a client, we have a horse stable, and I asked her to go home for the evening, and she won't leave the barn, and she's screaming at me. Disturbing the peace for the second time in 3 days.
Okay, my partner, send help. Just stay on the line. I need some more information from you, okay?
Thank you.
Stay on the line with me.
My name is Lauren.
Your last name?
Oh, hold on. Kanarek, sorry. So tonight I called because last night, please go from the proper place. Today, all in here, talked to them, everything was fine. It was over like a Facebook post, this crazy situation going on, very complicated. But last night, at 3:15 in the morning, there was like a very, very suspicious looking vehicle that came in to the driveway going very slowly with a large SUV, and it was going very slowly. I texted the barn owner.
All right, are you calling about the suspicious vehicle now?
Yes, it just came back.
Okay, hold on. Were weapons involved or mentioned?
No, all that happened was this blacked out SUV with like some guy smoking a cigarette in the front who I'd never seen before, except for last night at 3:15 in the morning, and we overheard them talking about like getting guys to like hurt us, kill us, whatever. We told it to the officers this afternoon, and they know how we have this information and everything.
Are you or anyone else in danger right now?
Am I say it again? Am I what?
Are you or anyone else in danger right now?
We feel very much like we could be, seeing as though this happened the other night.
Okay, tell me exactly what happened.
These people are on our place. They have been living in our house in one of the apartment units. They are clients here at our horse stable. This situation is getting worse and worse and worse. The police have been here twice in the last 3 days. They're nuts. They're stalking us. They're harassing us. Last night there was a Facebook post, which is what this woman does. She's
okay. So
anyway, the Facebook post says, "My split personalities are going to take over, and I am not control of what they do. We are in fear for our lives."
No, I understand, but what is going on right now? Are they
nothing? That's why I'm calling you. I talked to a couple of my lawyer. He said, "Call them right away. Get something going."
Okay. Are they there now?
They're down at the house we own, which is a third of a mile from where we are. We're all holed up at the stable. We're under siege here. If they come up the driveway, I don't know what to do. This is not looking good. This is the third time, and I'm getting no relief.
No, I understand, sir.
I have a family.
Sir, I understand.
Where the Facebook post said, "Everyone should be worried. I'm not responsible for anything my other personalities do when they're threatened. I may hide in the bunker."
Hold on. I'm just paraphrasing. So everyone should be worried. I'm not responsible for my behavior.
Anything my other personalities do when they're threatened. That's insane, and we are in fear for our lives from you.
I was told that my daughter's in a landlord-tenant dispute, and her lawyer got a call that she'd been shot.
And you're the father of who?
I'm the father. My daughter, has horses on a barn there, and she has a dispute with the barn owner.
Okay, what's her name?
Her name?
Yeah.
Her name is Lauren, Lauren, same last name as me, Kanarek.
Hi, this is Mary Haskins Gray. I'm at 411 West Mill Road where the shooting was yesterday.
Okay.
I'm sure you guys know everything that's been going on. I was told if I was scared or in fear of my life to call. We don't have an emergency yet, but Rob Goodwin and the father, Jonathan Kanarek, of Lauren's father, is up here. They just made verbal threats to us that we're pieces of they're going to take us down, that they're coming after Mary Haskins, which is me.
Okay,
they're coming after Justin Harden, and they're going to go after
hold on, ma'am, just 1 second.
Okay.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Right now, I want to switch gears to discuss a brand new trial that we're covering next week out of Morris County, New Jersey, involving a former Olympian. 59-year-old Michael Barisone, who was a reserve rider for the 2008 U.S. dressage team, is facing 2 counts of attempted murder and weapons possession for shooting or allegedly shooting his student Lauren Kanarek and attempting to shoot at her fiancé Robert Goodwin back in 2019. Now, Kanarek, who trained with Barisone for 2 years, lived on his horse farm with her fiancé part-time, and investigators say that an ongoing landlord-tenant dispute ultimately led to the tipping point that ended in Barisone shooting Kanarek twice in the chest at point-blank range. Barisone is pleading not guilty by self-defense, and his attorneys plan to argue the insanity defense as well. He faces up to a maximum of 60 years in prison. So while we wait for opening statements on Monday, let's get a better idea of how this case came to be, and we're going to hone in on this ongoing landlord-tenant conflict that these players had. So here's a 911 phone call that was placed by Barisone 4 days prior to the shooting about both Kanarek and her fiancé. Let's listen.
Okay, tell me exactly what happened.
These people are on our place. They have been living in our house in one of the apartment units. They are clients here at our horse stable. This situation is getting worse and worse and worse. The police have been here twice in the last 3 days. They're nuts. They're stalking us. They're harassing us. Last night there was a Facebook post, which is what this woman does. She's
okay.
anyway, the Facebook post says, My split personalities are going to take over, and I am not control of what they do. We are in fear for our lives.
No, I understand, but what is going on right now? Are they
Nothing. That's why I'm calling you. I talked to a couple with my lawyer. He said, call them right away. Get something going.
Okay. Are they there now?
They're down at the house we own, which is a third of a mile from where we are. We're all holed up at the stable. We're under siege here. If they come up the driveway, I don't know what to do. This is not looking good. This is the third time, and I'm getting no relief.
No, I understand, sir.
I have a family.
I understand.
The Facebook post said, everyone should be worried. I'm not responsible for anything my other personalities do when they're threatened. I may hide in the bunker.
Hold on. I'm just paraphrase. So everyone should be worried. I'm not responsible for my behavior.
Anything my other personalities do when they're threatened. That's insane, and we are in fear for our lives from you.
All right, so even before we get to that, and clearly there's a lot to break down there, I do want to go now to the victim in this case, Lauren Kanarek. She also called 911 on the same day. Let's listen.
My name is Lauren.
Your last name?
Oh, hold on. Kanarek, sorry. So tonight I called because last night, Josh, please start from the proper place. Today, all in here, talked to them, everything was fine. It was over like a Facebook post, this crazy situation going on, very complicated. But last night, at 3:15 in the morning, there was like a very, very suspicious looking vehicle that came in to the driveway, going very slowly with a large SUV, and it was going very slowly. I texted the barn owner.
Are you calling about the suspicious vehicle now?
Yes, it just came back.
Okay, hold on. Were weapons involved or mentioned?
No, all that happened was this blacked out SUV with like some guy smoking a cigarette in the front who I've never seen before, except for last night at 3:15 in the morning. And we overheard them talking about like getting guys to like hurt us, kill us, whatever. We told this to the officers this afternoon, and they know how we have this information and everything.
Are you or anyone else in danger right now?
Am I? Say it again. Am I what?
Are you or anyone else in danger right now?
We feel very much like we could be, seeing as though this happened the other night.
So you have these two different accounts. Melissa, you tell me what you think.
First thing I think is I'm glad that her non-schizophrenic side called in and was able to articulate what was going on. Here's the deal. This is a he said, she said thing right now, just from what you're playing in the two phone calls that you're playing, okay? If you really wanted them off their property, the way it works in general is because they're living there. The way it works here in the state of Tennessee is you call the sheriff's department, you have them served with an eviction notice. They have 30 days to leave the property. She's calling, and so he didn't really say when he called, he's like, this is just crazy. She made this Facebook post. People post crazy things on Facebook all the time. I don't believe you can really rely on Facebook. And calling the police for that, you know, when an officer gets that call, we're kind of like, okay, what happened? What happened other than these words that hurt your feelings or hurt what happened? And she's calling, though, and talking about a vehicle that was there last night, and it was blacked out. And I don't know how she heard them talking about possibly harming them, but neither one of them were in immediate danger. So right now, at this point, just based on what you played, it's a he said, she said, and he should have been like, how do I evict them from my property?
So Dr. Della Torre, let me ask you this. After Barisone was led away after the shooting, he apparently kept repeating the phrase over and over, I had a good life, I had a good life. This is a guy who we mentioned before that there's an intention to plead insanity here, and yet you heard him on the phone accusing someone else of having mental illness. What do you think about that?
Yeah, the insanity is going to be very tough. I mean, some 50-year-old man all of a sudden developing a mental illness at this point in his life seems highly unlikely. But I had a good life. I had a good life. Remember, this guy isn't a killer, right? He rides horses, right? He rides horses in the Olympics, right? The horses just jump around and prance around and do stuff. That's what dressage is. So this is not a killer, right? This is someone who shot someone twice in the chest. And, you know, probably because he believed something that probably wasn't accurate about what was going on between the two of them. And so, yeah, I can easily see how all of a sudden he sees his life kind of end right before his eyes because he pulls out a gun and shoots someone.
Well, doctor, just following up on that one more time, if he's arguing self-defense and insanity, How does that work?
I don't think that it does. I think it's got to be either or, because while it's certainly possible that someone could have a delusional belief in which they are engaging in some kind of self-defense measure to protect themselves, I think it flies in the face of what the self-defense standard would actually be, because you have to actually perceive the threat as being real. So it's certainly possible, but I can't see a world in which both of them work at the same time.
It's a weird one. It's a weird case. It's a sad case, and we'll continue to follow it. And next week should be very interesting nonetheless.
Hi, this is Dan Abrams with exciting news for all of our law and crime followers on YouTube. You can now get the live Law and Crime Network with YouTube TV for all of your daily live trial coverage, legal news, expert analysis, and original true crime programs. Subscribe to YouTube TV today, and then locate Law and Crime in the channel guide. And for only $1.99 a month, you can add the network to your bundle. Watch Law and Crime every day with YouTube TV. We put you in the...
Mr. Barisone, when the court's making a ruling, I don't expect to see you put your head down on a table again. Do you understand me? It's inappropriate to do that. If you disagree with my rulings, that's fine. I don't want to see you put your head on the table again. All right, and counsel, do either of you plan on mentioning in opening statements the fact that Mr. Barisone has been incarcerated? I know it may come up during expert testimony. We take pains to avoid that.
I will not be mentioning
Right. Nor do I expect any mention of the length of time between the incident and today's trial. You weren't planning on mentioning that, were you, Mr. Balinkas?
the time frame. No.
Obviously, it has relevance to the extent that witnesses' memories may fade because of, so obviously it'll come up on cross-examination. I just don't want any inferences to the jury about how long it's taken this case to come to trial, because a good part of it was due to the pandemic, and that was in control of no one. All right, ready, Mr. Schallhorn?
Yes, Judge.
All right, you can be using the podium?
Yes, Judge.
All right, very good. All right, bring the jurors in.
Jury entering.
All right, be seated, everyone. Thank you, members of the jury. We are ready to commence with the trial, beginning with opening statements. Mr. Schellhorn.
Thank you, Judge. May it please the court, counsel, members of the jury. Good morning. Thank you again all for being here today and for serving on the jury. 411 West Mill Road is an equestrian farm, a 50-acre equestrian farm and training facility located in Washington Township, New Jersey. When you turn from West Mill Road onto the property, there's a long driveway that goes back almost directly through the center of the property. And the first thing you see on your left is a white farmhouse that's been subdivided into several smaller living areas that are interconnected, but basically separate areas for people to live. And behind the farmhouse there's a parking lot or a little driveway. And as you continue up the long driveway through the middle of the property, it comes to a slight rise, and then it descends down into a parking area where you can see the real reason that people come to this property, this farm that's sometimes known as Hawthorne Hill. And that's a training facility there. It's an equestrian training facility. To the right, there's a long stable with a number of stalls for dozens of horses. There are outdoor training arenas and fields for the horses to go through their training and for the riders to learn and train. Connected to the stable through a hallway is a locker area with various different equestrian materials and equipment, saddles, things of that nature. And then that leads into what's called the clubhouse. Now, if you take a step back out to the parking lot, you can also get into the clubhouse through a large front porch, and then you walk through an opening and an entranceway, and then you come into this clubhouse, which is basically like a long lounge. It's almost the entire width of the building. It has a kitchen on the right, a long table, a row of walls. The entire wall is glass, and it looks out onto an indoor training arena. There are comfortable couches, chairs, things of that nature. There's a pool table. Off to the left, there's a small office to the side. And you'll notice when you see some of the pictures during the course of the trial that the walls all have various photos and pictures of horses and other equestrian-related things. There's also a number of awards, ribbons, medals, many of them earned and awarded to the defendant in the trial, Michael Barisone. Now, I expect you'll learn during the course of the trial that the defendant was an accomplished equestrian. He trained and rode in a form of equestrian called dressage, which for those of you who may not be familiar of it, you may have only seen it once or twice in the Olympics. It's a form of horse riding where the rider guides or directs the horse through a series of predetermined specific motions or steps. And you can imagine it takes great skill for the rider to be able to guide the horse through those predetermined steps or movements. But it also takes a great deal of training for the horse to learn those things and to be able to do that. And you'll hear about how the defendant operated his business, Barisone Dressage, not just at that property in Long Valley, but also at another property that he owned in Loxahatchee, Florida. And generally during the course of the year, he and his people that he was working with and the horses that he was working with would train down south in Florida during the winter months when it was too cold to train in New Jersey. And then they would come north in the summer when it was too hot to train in Florida. I expect you'll learn that the defendant, Michael Barisone, ran that business for a number of years, and that he had other people who worked with him at times, specifically a man named Justin Harden, who was his assistant trainer and did a lot of the day-to-day taking care of the property and the farm during the course of a day, making sure that the arenas were all groomed properly. There were a number of working students who would work and live at the farms, and they would take care of the horses and, again, take care of some of the more day-to-day things. But the defendant was really the reason that people came to that business because of his success. He had ridden at the highest levels of dressage. He had coached other athletes at the highest levels of dressage. And he had also coached a number of horses and trained a number of horses throughout the course of his career. Now, I'm sure you can all imagine, we didn't ask you all to step away from your lives. We didn't put you through jury service last week. We didn't ask you to come back here and sit on this trial for the next number of weeks just to celebrate the defendant and to hear about his accomplishments as an equestrian, as a coach, as a businessman. We asked you to serve on this jury because of what the defendant is accused of doing at that property on August 7th, 2019. On August 7th, 2019, he's accused of taking a gun, leaving that clubhouse that I talked about, getting into his car in the parking lot, driving up the driveway over that slight rise, coming into the back parking lot where the farmhouse is, getting out with that gun, which is a pink and black 9mm handgun, confronting two people who were living in the farmhouse. pointing the gun at the woman, Lauren Kanarek, and shooting her twice in the chest. Then turning the gun on Robert Goodwin, her boyfriend, as he fled into the house and shooting another shot at Robert, but missing. That's the purpose of why we're here for this trial. Now, I'll pause for a moment just to mention that I'm not going to tell you every detail about this case during the course of my opening. There are things that I'm intentionally leaving out, and that's because of something the judge told you last week during the selection, something he told you this morning, and he'll tell you that again, I'm sure, at least one more time before the trial is over. What I say, what Mr. Belinkis may say, is not evidence. The evidence doesn't come from the attorneys, it doesn't come from the judge. The evidence will come from that seat right there, the witness stand. The witnesses who come through that door take an oath to tell you the truth, and then any evidence that the judge allows to be admitted. So if I'm leaving certain things out, that's intentional at this point, because the purpose of my opening is just to give you something of a roadmap or some way of what you know what to expect is going to be coming with some of the other witnesses who testify. Now, you heard me mention Lauren Kanarek and Rob Goodwin, and they were living at the farm, as I said, during the summer of 2019. And I expect you'll come to learn that Lauren was also a rider. She was an equestrian who rode different forms of horses during the course of her life, but she at that time in her life was training for dressage, and she hoped that she would achieve a higher level of training, and so she wanted to work with the defendant because of his reputation. She owned a number of horses that she was stabling there, and as you can imagine, the best things in life are not free. So she was, of course, paying the defendant for the opportunity to work with him and to have her horses coached by him. And so you'll hear how she was doing that there, and at times she would work with Justin Harden, the defendant's other trainer, and at times she would work with the defendant's girlfriend, Mary Haskins Gray. You'll come to hear how Mary Haskins was also being coached by the defendant. She had aspirations to reach these higher levels. Mary Haskins and the defendant also owned a number of horses together. And you'll hear that at times, Lauren was asked to work with Mary Haskins and to have Mary Haskins work with her. Now, as you can imagine, what I just told you about August 7th, 2019 didn't happen because the training was going well. It didn't happen because things between these people was all perfect. I think it's quite to the contrary. You're going to hear about how bad things were at Hawthorne Hill in August of 2019. You'll hear about how the defendant and his girlfriend, Mary Haskins, were hassling and giving a hard time to Lauren and Rob. And you'll hear how Lauren and Rob were giving a hard time back and hassling back to the defendant and Mary Haskins. You're going to hear how they were really arguing on an almost daily basis at that point. How the police had been called out to the property starting July 31st on almost a daily basis because these people just could not get along. You'll even hear about how not just the defendant and his girlfriend Mary Haskins, but also Lauren and Rob were making complaints or reports up to the highest levels of the sport. The U.S. Equestrian Federation or Foundation and Safe Sport, which is an agency that you may have heard of that basically oversees Olympic level sports and tries to prevent abuse and misconduct by the coaches or the players or other people involved. So both of these groups of people have it in for one another, and they are making complaints against one another, and they are at odds. I mention all of that now in my opening because it's obviously part of the case. It's something you're going to hear from the witnesses. It's something you'll hear about. But it's important to remember something the judge told you last week, something he told you this morning, and something he'll tell you at the end of the trial. And that's that when you go back to deliberate and when you're asked to return a verdict, it will not be about Lauren Kanarek. It will not be about Rob Goodwin. It will not be about Mary Haskins. It will not be about any other person except this man. This man, the defendant, is the one on trial. So you may hear things that you don't like about Lauren or Rob or Mary Haskins or any of these other people. But saying nasty things, misbehaving, if you want to call it that, none of that is a justification to get shot. None of it creates a necessity for that person to be killed. No, we're here on this trial because of the defendant's choice on August 7th, 2019. His choice to get a gun a pink and black 9mm handgun, to point that gun at Lauren and pull the trigger twice, and then to turn it on Rob and pull the trigger again. Now, I imagine some of you are probably wondering about that pink and black handgun, and it's obviously an unusual description for a handgun. So you probably have some questions about where that handgun came from. Why did the defendant have it? And I hope and expect that during the course of the trial, you're going to find that out. There's another woman who owned horses at the defendant's farm, and her name is Ruth Cox. And Ruth Cox is a resident of North Carolina. You're going to hear how she owned horses with the defendant, she owned horses with his girlfriend, Mary Haskins, and how she would travel north to New Jersey every couple of weeks to check on the horses. She would travel south to Florida during the winter months to check on the horses. She would go to horse shows and see how the horse was competing. And you'll hear how she got here to New Jersey, to the farm, on about August 2nd, so several days before the shooting incident. I expect you'll hear that at some point between then and the day of the shooting, she was alone with the defendant in the stables, and he asked her for her gun, which was a pink and black 9mm handgun. I expect you'll hear that she gave him that handgun, that it was in the case, that it was unloaded, and that she gave him that handgun and didn't see it again until after the shooting happened. I also expect you'll hear that Ruth Cox was charged with a crime as a result of that she was charged with unlawful transfer of a firearm. So that brings me back to August 7th, the day of the shooting. What led to the shooting on that day at that time? If things were so bad between these people, why did the shooting happen on August 7th? Well, I expect you'll hear that a caseworker from the Division of Child and Permanency and Protection, sometimes called DCPP or DIFUS or Child Services, came to the farm in that early afternoon as a result of the complaint that had been made to Safe Sport. I expect you'll hear that the caseworker pulled down that long driveway, that she pulled into that parking lot, and the very first person that she met outside the clubhouse or the stable was the defendant. She didn't tell him anything about why she was there, just that she needed to speak with Mary Haskins, the defendant's girlfriend. That's because the defendant's girlfriend, Mary Haskins, had 2 children who would occasionally live at the farm or come stay at the farm if they were on a break from school or something else. The caseworker, Mary Haskins, then went into the office that I described, inside of that clubhouse. And they were meeting in there, and I expect you'll hear that the defendant came in and interrupted them. First once, then a second time, and the third time he interrupted them, he told the 2 women that he needed the office, that they needed to continue their conversation in another part of the property. And so they left the office and left him alone in that office. That office is where the defendant's gun safe was. And I expect you'll hear that after the shooting, when the police were investigating and to search the property, on the top shelf of that safe, they found a black and pink gun case, the same gun case that Ruth Cox had given the gun to the defendant in. I expect you'll also hear that on the shelf below it, there was an open box of 9mm ammunition that was also open with a number of bullets missing. So after the caseworker and Mary Haskins left the office and the defendant was alone in the office, it was shortly after that he got into his car in the parking lot. He drove that truck up over the rise on the driveway and pulled into that parking lot behind the farmhouse, where he knew that Lauren and Rob were. I expect the evidence will show that Rob first spoke with the defendant while Rob was standing on the porch, and that there's a large bush next to the doorway area, such that Rob really couldn't see anything from below the defendant's chest or so. And that he, the defendant, said words something to the effect of, "How do we end this without a war?" I expect you'll hear that Lauren then came out of the house, or Lauren was walking down the steps of the porch, and that's when the defendant pulled out the gun and shot her twice, puncturing her lung, causing massive internal bleeding, life-threatening injuries that she was fortunate enough to survive. And that's why this is an attempted murder case. You'll hear that Rob was able to subdue the defendant and hold him on the ground until the police got there, because Lauren was able to call 911 after she'd been shot. Again, there are many details that I'm leaving out. This is just a rough sketch of what I expect you'll hear during the trial. but hopefully it gives you an idea of what to expect over the next couple of weeks. The last thing I want to mention before I sit down is the law. Now, hearing the evidence, hearing the facts would mean nothing to you if you didn't have law to apply it to. And I'm imagining that the way that this case will move and progress is going to dictate what law the judge gives you at the end of the trial. But I can tell you about two parts of the law that are interconnected that I virtually guarantee that the judge will tell you at the end of the trial. I have to say, if I say anything different from what the judge tells you at the end of the trial, as you know, he's the judge of the law. He gives you the law. It doesn't come from me. It doesn't come from Mr. Belingis. It doesn't come from any witness who may testify. The law only comes from the judge. But I think it's important to highlight these two parts of the law now, so you have an idea of what to expect as you're hearing that testimony and hearing that evidence. The first thing is that the burden of proving the defendant guilty of those crimes, attempted murder and possession of a weapon for an unlawful purpose, that rests on the state. You recall Mr. Bennett and I introduced ourselves to you during jury selection last week. That is our burden to prove. That burden to prove him guilty will never shift to the defense. It's a heavy burden, as the judge said, beyond a reasonable doubt, but it doesn't mean beyond every doubt. And what I expect Mr. Bennett and I will do over the course of the next days and weeks is call witnesses and present you with evidence that will leave you firmly convinced that the defendant committed these crimes. Evidence that you can rely on to make your verdict without any passion, any sympathy, any prejudice, any of those things the judge mentioned, that your verdict will be based on the evidence that we produce. The second part of the law that I want to mention is connected to that. And that's about the two charges that the defendant is on trial for. Now, there are two victims, so there's two counts of each of these charges. But the first charge, possession of a weapon for an unlawful purpose, means that his possession, the defendant's possession of that pink and black 9mm handgun on August 7th was unlawful because he had an intention to use it or a purpose to use it unlawfully against Rob or against Lauren and shooting him. The other charge, attempted murder, requires Mr. Bennett and I to prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant took a substantial step to cause their deaths. Now, if you remember back to jury selection last week, and I know for some of you that was a full week ago, some people mentioned that they like to watch crime procedurals on TV. Some people like the dramatization, some people like the true life, the documentaries. But the one thing that everyone acknowledged was that the law on TV is not the same as it is in real life. And certainly the law can change and be different from state to state. So that's why Judge Taylor will give you the law at the end of the trial that applies here in New Jersey. I mention that because some of you may have had a preconception or a notion that murder or attempted murder requires evidence of planning or preparation or premeditation. But a person can commit even the most terrible crime under the influence of an impulse that impacts their restraint, that causes them to ignore that restraint, that may ordinarily stop them or prevent them from committing a crime, from committing murder. But in that moment of emotion, in that moment of impulse, they ignore the ability to tell the difference between right and wrong. They ignore the ability to understand what they're doing and commit that act anyway. And so even though it may not have been an act that was preconceived or premeditated or planned out in great detail long before that, the person can still act with purpose. The last thing I want to mention about the law is connected to that as well. And that's that I expect the judge will tell you that you can infer a defendant's purpose was to take a life, was to kill, if that person used a deadly weapon, a handgun. Now again, in this case, you'll be instructed a handgun is a deadly weapon. And I expect you to hear evidence that the defendant did use that deadly weapon against Lauren and against Rob. And so you can use that alone to infer that his intent was to cause death. I expect the evidence to show that on August 7th of 2019, the defendant was angry. He was furious, he was frustrated, he was upset. He was angry with Lauren and he was angry with Rob. He knew what he was doing when he went into that safe. He knew what he was doing when he loaded bullets into the gun. He knew what he was doing when he left the clubhouse, drove down that driveway and pulled into the parking lot to confront them. And he most certainly knew what he was doing was wrong when he pointed the gun at them and tried to kill them. I'm sure that I'll have more to say at the end of the trial. I want to thank everyone for your attention this morning. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate it. And at the end of the trial, Mr. Bennett and I will ask you to find the defendant guilty of attempted murder and guilty of possession of a weapon for unlawful purpose. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Shellhorn.
Guilty of attempted murder and guilty of possession of a weapon for unlawful purpose. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Shellhorn. I will turn now to the defense opening.
Help. I'm in fear of my life. Help. I fear for my life. Someone, anyone, please help me. I'm in fear of my life. Those are the cries for help from Michael Barisone. Those cries fell on deaf ears. My name is Edward Olympian. At counsel table, Christopher Deininger and I are charged with representing Michael Barisone. An awesome responsibility. Stop and think for a second of the magnitude. Presume, as the law requires, demands that my client is innocent. If I get a little emotional, excited, I raise my voice, I mean no disrespect. I am the only thing standing between this man and a wrongful conviction. Me and the truth. I have his life in my hands. I accept that responsibility. On August 7th, 2019, Lauren Kanarek was shot twice. A third bullet was discharged. Fortunately, it didn't hit anyone. Thank God she survived, is riding again and living a normal life. It's a tragedy that Lauren Kanarek was shot on that day. That said, there is another tragedy, a tragedy that will be played out in this courtroom. The tragic story of Michael Barisone. An Olympic athlete, a world-class dressage trainer, a man who on the outside appeared strong, confident, in total control, but what the evidence will show, a much different picture. A man who had a horrible childhood, was physically abused by his mother, sexually molested by a neighbor over and over and over again. A man who left home to get away from all of that and found solitude, security in the equestrian community. A man who worked his way up to the top of the ladder, the top of his field, but behind the scenes was struggling with anxiety, depression, suicidal thoughts, even delusions. You'll learn that for over a 20-year period prior to the shooting, he was seeing a therapist on and off, as the prosecutor said, he's now charged with 4 crimes. As the judge instructed you, the indictment is not evidence. And what brings this case before you? It's a vehicle to allow us to come up here and argue this case. That grand jury only heard one side, which I submit is going to be a lot different what all of you will hear in this courtroom. Defense wasn't there to question or challenge the state's case. You will learn, ladies and gentlemen, that the prosecutor's case is flawed. You will learn that they did little or no evidence with regards to what actually happened on August 7th. Worst off, they ignored what transpired prior to the shooting and are now trying to fill in the blanks after the fact. You will learn, ladies and gentlemen, that the prosecutor's only evidence will come from the testimony of the 2 alleged victims. 2 people who have lied over and over and over again, left things out and changed their story. Their words, after you hear the whole truth, will cast doubt on what happened, who attacked who, and who is the person that's responsible for this tragedy. It's the prosecutor's position that my client had a few problems with Lauren Kanarek and her boyfriend. No big deal. Got angry, just drove down to the house and shot both of them. Shot her and shot at the boyfriend. That's not what the evidence is going to show. The fact will lead you to a far different conclusion. What the prosecutor didn't tell you, what this case is really about, it's about Lauren Kanarek, her father and her boyfriend, devising a plan to destroy this man and drive him crazy. It's about the most devious attempt to destroy another human being that you will ever hear. It's about Lauren Kanarek falsely accusing Michael Barisone of all sorts of misdeeds, criminal conduct even, and even the sexual abuse of his girlfriend's small child. And the whole time, ladies and gentlemen, the whole time she's doing this, knowing how her personal attacks were adversely affecting this man and getting pleasure, amusement, even thinking it was funny at him deteriorating. Every man, woman has a breaking point. Some people are stronger than others. That, ladies and gentlemen, is really what this case is about. So there's no misunderstanding what my defense is. I'm not going to leave anything out in this opening statement. My client is not guilty. At the time of the shooting, my client feared for his life. He was suffering from a mental disease and did not know what he was doing was wrong. That concept of purposefulness that the prosecutor talked about. Under the law, our society recognizes that some people may be bad and some people may be sick. The law recognizes that a hostile act may result from some infirmity or sickness of the mind which an individual did not design. It is society's judgment, which is recognized by our law, the law that all of you have been sworn to protect, that a forbidden act should not be punished criminally unless done with a knowledge of wrongdoing. It's important that all of you know at this point, and the judge will instruct you as to the law at the end of the case, but it's important that you know that if a person is found not guilty by reason of insanity, that person will be not freed or indefinitely committed to a mental institution. The court will hold hearings, make determinations that provide for that individual, but also provide to protect the public. Let's look at the evidence. Michael Barisone owned 2 stables, one in New Jersey, one in Florida. Lauren Kanarek and her father make a deal to board and train their horses at Michael Barisone's company. Barisone agrees to train Kanarek and her horses, and also, and this becomes important, agrees to give her living accommodations. At first, things go all right. Then a problem develops between Kanarek, Barisone, and his girlfriend, Mary Haskins Gray. Now, I'm sure Lauren Kanarek is going to take that stand and give her side of the story and try to blame other people for whatever issues arose. However, you will see Lauren Kanarek's social media posts that will tell the real story, the scary story. You will learn that Kanarek becomes obsessed with Mary Haskins and blames her for all her shortcomings. She believes that Mary Haskins, his girlfriend, is trying to destroy her life, her livelihood, and her riding career. You'll learn that she starts causing problems at the stables. She starts bad-mouthing Barisone, Mary Haskins, and the staff members. She starts posting on social media for the world to see disparaging remarks, attacking them and their business. You'll learn that she tells people, which Barisone sees on these posts, that he abuses and neglects horses. In the equestrian community, that is a death knell, obviously. That he's a deadbeat. He doesn't pay his bills. She even calls him a criminal and accuses him of insurance fraud. And then she starts alleging on social media that she has been bullied and that her life has been threatened. And you'll learn that all these things are false. They never happened. Because of those attacks, Michael Barisone starts looking into Lauren Kanarek and her boyfriend. They call numerous people in the business. And the equestrian community is a small, close-knit community. She's told various things about Goodwin and Kanarek. He's giving names of people. Him and Mary Haskins call these people and talk to them. You will see the true Lauren Kanarek in these posts, and you will see why Michael Barisone becomes afraid of her. What the evidence will show is that at some point, as early as 2018, she's told if she doesn't like it here, to leave. You don't like the way you train, you don't like this, you don't like that, leave. She refuses. You'll see at some point she starts ramping up her social media attacks, starts posting threatening things on Facebook. You'll learn that Michael Barisone, his girlfriend, and other staff members start pulling up her Facebook posts and looking about what she's posting. They see postings of her talking incessantly about guns, carrying guns, sleeping with a 9mm under her pillow. They see posts of her saying that she's being bullied by a 6'3" man and that she's afraid of this person. She talks incessantly about going to war. It's time. War is inevitable. She said things like, weapons hot. After Barisone sees these posts, he contacts the father and basically says, this can't go on. She has to leave. It's important to note at this point, when all these crazy things are going on, when all these posts, threatening posts, are occurring, she is living above Michael Barisone in his house in an upper apartment with her boyfriend. The evidence will show that once these posts are pulled up, everybody is digging into Lauren Kanarek's Facebook post. You'll find, or they find, Michael Barisone finds a post where Lauren Kanarek threatened to kill both her and Mary Haskins and destroy his business. You'll see the post. Although she uses metaphors, it will be clear who she's talking about and what her intentions are. You will learn that after Michael Barisone sees this post, he flees his own home, his castle. He takes his family, the girlfriend, and a small child, and leaves that farmhouse and flees to the stable area. He is now sleeping on a couch, living out of a suitcase in the club area. There'll be evidence to clearly indicate that Michael Barisone is afraid. He's scared. You'll see evidence, ladies and gentlemen, that on July 31st, he hires a private security. You'll learn that they ran a background check and gave it to Barisone. That same night, on July 31st, approximately a week before the shooting, Barisone, his girlfriend, and other people are up at the stable area. And numerous people hear Lauren Kanarek screaming that she is going to destroy everything in Mary Haskins' life, everything she loves and holds dear. Upon hearing that threat, Michael Barisone calls 911. Washington Township responds. He says, I am in fear of my life of this woman. The police do nothing. Barisone tries to show him the paperwork, the background check that he got, the threatening post. It's a civil matter. They do nothing. The next day, August 1st, Barisone starts calling people to get help. He calls the general counsel, who he knows, of the United States Equestrian Federation. He calls the CEO of the United States Equestrian Federation, the agency the prosecutor talked about. He calls a police officer who's a friend of his and telling them what's going on. You'll learn on that day, August 1st, Lauren Kanarek comes to the stables. She comes after hours, after the stables are closed. And again, she's now coming after hours to the stables, which have become Michael Barisone's last refuge of safety. She's told to leave by the owner of the property. She refuses. She flips out. Michael Barisone calls 911 again for the second time. They come, Washington Township. I am in fear of my life. Nothing. What's interesting on that day, August 1st, is that Washington Township calls the Morris County Prosecutor's Office and talk about what's going on. And after that discussion, the police officer tells both Barisone and Lauren Kanarek, Mr. Barisone, you can't restrict her movement on your farm. She could come and go whenever, wherever she wants. You'll learn that they gave Lauren Kanarek free reign of the property, including his now residence. Michael Barisone is so afraid. He has no idea what to do, how to protect himself. He hires a private security guard and pays him $100 a night to sit in front of the stables with his truck pointed towards the farmhouse where Kanarek and her boyfriend are living, to guard them. You'll learn that Barisone is not sleeping at this point. He's walking the property at all hours of the night, trying to protect his family, the people who work there, the horses. You'll learn he is so afraid. On the next day, August 2nd, 5 days before the shooting, he and Mary Haskins send her son home, 11-year-old son. They send him back to the father because they're concerned about his safety. You learn that Barisone's trying to get some evidence or something to convince the police that Kanarek should not be there. You learn on that night, he checks their trash and finds Suboxone, empties Suboxone packages in Kanarek's trash. Suboxone is a drug used by heroin addicts. You'll learn on the next day, August 3rd, Kanarek is still posting crazy things after she has been told to leave. You'll learn at that point, around August 3rd, Michael Barisone has a feeling or thinks he's being recorded. Private conversations that he's having with his girlfriend and other people at the stable start being posted or texted or used in conversation. You'll learn that on that day, Lauren Kanarek posts a post and basically says, I have multiple personalities and I am not responsible for my actions. Barisone sees that post. He calls 911 again, a third time. I am in fear of my life. He also tells the police that he thinks he's being recorded. They do nothing. What they do, unbeknownst to Michael Barisone, is that they go and talk to Lauren Kanarek. And what will become important when you're judging someone's credibility is that on that day, Lauren Kanarek tells the police that she's recorded Barisone and the staff. The police do nothing. They conduct no investigation, and worst of all, they don't go and tell Michael Barisone, this woman's recording your private conversations. They just leave the property. On the 4th, 3 days before the shooting, Kanarek is posting crazy texts to Michael Barisone. After she's told to leave, she's texting him that she's going to send people that he doesn't know onto his property, into his stable to ride her horses. She also says she's going to put elderly people or infants in his house. He doesn't know what to do. He calls his lawyer. The lawyer says, if anyone comes on the property, you need releases. On that day, Kanarek comes to the stable again. Barisone tells her, you must sign a release. She flips out, makes threatening remarks. Barisone calls the police, 911, again, for the 4th time. I am in fear of my life. Again, the police do nothing. On August 5th, Kanarek is posting texting things using the exact words that Michael Barisone and others used in private conversations. He hires a debugging company. He has no idea where this is coming from, how she's recording him. He pays that debugging company $5,000 to come in and sweep the areas. They don't find anything. But you'll see a post where Lauren Kanarek boasts about putting the devices where no one can find them. The evidence will show, ladies and gentlemen, that with regards to Barisone thinking in his mind that his private conversations were being recorded, that Lauren Kanarek, her father, and the boyfriend were secretly recording numerous conversations. We have over 70 private conversations that they recorded in the residence, the stable, the club area, which became his residence, and even his private office. What's worse, not only is Kanarek illegally recording Michael Barisone, she starts using those recordings to taunt him, to push him over the edge. She's posting for everyone to see private conversations. You'll see in one of those postings that Barisone saw that she says she thinks it's funny watching them scurry around trying to have a conversation. Well, that's not all. For that day, Michael Barisone has his lawyer send Kanarek a letter, a 3-page letter, laying everything out, saying, get out. Because Barisone knew that his lawyer had sent that letter, he was concerned for his safety. He personally went to the Washington Township Police Department with stacks of papers and whatever evidence he had accumulated at this point to try to plead with them for help. He doesn't even get into the back. 3 officers come out and basically say, get out of here. You know, we've been to your house. We told you we can't do anything here. And they push him out of the office. They don't look at anything. On the 6th, the day before the shooting, Kanarek, after she gets that letter to get out, ramps up her attacks even further. She posts a 3-page post falsely accusing Barisone and Haskins of various untrue things. She even puts in those posts for everyone to see the private conversation. On that day, the 6th, the day before the shooting, after the letter on the 5th, Kanarek is served with a formal eviction notice. You'll learn that things get even worse for Barisone. You'll learn that Kanarek and Goodwin filed a complaint with the town saying that Barisone was doing construction in the house and stable with no permits, and they made an allegation that both locations were unsafe to habitate. What you'll also learn is that Lauren Kanarek's boyfriend, the one who made the complaint with Kanarek, was the one doing the work. You'll learn that on the 6th, the town comes to Barisone's stable in New Jersey. They kick him out of his last place of refuge. He is now sleeping on a mattress outside on a porch in front of the stables. He is now virtually homeless. You'll learn the whole time the town was there, and they came in mass. Fire protection, health department, building. Robert Goodwin was there pointing out everything to make sure Barisone would get kicked out of the residence. You'll see how upset Barisone was. And Goodwin saw how upset Barisone was. At one point when the town is there, after he's been kicked out of his stable area and is living on the front porch, Robert Goodwin, when their backs are turned to him, takes his finger, makes it in the shape of a gun, pulls the trigger, and mouths the word to Michael Barisone, "Get ready." You learn that even that wasn't enough for them. Lauren Kanarek wasn't even satisfied with that type of destructive behavior. You'll learn on the day of the shooting, August 7th, she posts another threatening post. She's talking and telling the world that she has eyes and ears in places that can't ever be detected. She talks about having fun watching them. You'll learn that on the morning of the shooting, Robert Goodwin, the boyfriend, and the blacksmith have a problem, an argument. The blacksmith doesn't want to shoe their horses anymore because of what's going on at the stables. You'll learn that he blames Michael Barisone and makes a threat. There's going to be consequences. The day after he uses the finger gesture. That statement was relayed to Barisone. It's not over yet. There'll be more evidence. And you will learn, ladies and gentlemen, that Lauren Kanarek set in motion the final, what I call the coup de grace. She did the worst thing any human being could do to another human being. She falsely accused him of sexual misconduct with his girlfriend's son.
All right, members of the jury, good afternoon. Please be seated. I hope everyone enjoyed their lunches. The state has some additional witnesses this afternoon, and the first witness who will testify this afternoon, the state will seek to admit or submit that witness as an expert. So I just want to give you a charge. I know you've heard this before in my opening comments, but it seemed like an opportune time to reread that charge to you. It's not overly long on expert testimony. And this applies not only to the next witness, but perhaps another witness this afternoon, and then likely witnesses next week. So as a general rule, ladies and gentlemen, witnesses can testify only as to facts known by them. This rule ordinarily does not permit the opinion of a witness to be received as evidence. However, an exception to this rule exists in the case of an expert witness who may give his or her opinion as to any matter in which he or she is versed and which is material to the case. In legal terminology, an expert witness is a witness who has some special knowledge, skill, experience, or training that is not possessed by the ordinary juror, and who thus may be able to provide assistance to the jury in understanding the evidence presented and determine the facts in the case. In this case, expert witnesses may be called by the state and the defendant, and as I said, the state does intend to call at least one and possibly two witnesses this afternoon who they will offer as expert witnesses. Please bear in mind that you are not bound by such experts' opinions, but you should consider each opinion and give it the weight to which you deem it is entitled, whether that be great or slight, or you may reject it. In examining each opinion, you may consider the reasons given for it, if any, and you may also consider the qualifications and credibility of the expert. It is always within the special function of the jury to determine whether the facts on which the answer or testimony of an expert is based actually exist. The value or weight of the evidence, strike that, let me rephrase. The value or weight of the opinion of the expert is dependent upon and no stronger than the facts on which it is based. In other words, the probative value of the opinion will depend upon whether from all the evidence in the case you find that those facts are true. You may, in fact, determine from the evidence in this case the facts that form the basis of the opinion are true, or not true, or are true in part only. And in light of such findings, you should decide what effect such determination has upon the weight to be given to the opinion of the expert. Your acceptance or rejection of the expert opinion will depend, therefore, to some extent on your findings as to the truth of the facts relied upon. The ultimate determination of whether or not the state has proven defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt is to be made only by the jury. All right, with that charge, Mr. Shellhorn, can you call your witness, please?
Yes, Your Honor. The state will call Detective Andreas Zaharopoulos.
All right, Detective Zaharopoulos, please. Well, Detective, please remain standing. Place your left hand on the Bible. Please raise your right hand and listen to my court clerk administer the oath.
Do you swear in the presence of Almighty God that the testimony you give to this court regarding this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Andreas Zaharopoulos, Zaharopoulos.
Thank you.
All right, please be seated. Please keep your voice up. If you don't understand a question, Detective, please indicate that, and I'll have counsel rephrase.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Shellhorn, you have some photographs you want to address first?
That's right, Judge. The photos are marked as S261 through S269. I don't believe there's any objection to the admission of those into evidence, as well as S340 and S341.
That's correct, Judge. I have no objection.
Those photographs will be accepted into evidence by the court and can be displayed to the jury during the detective's testimony. And for the record, those are State's Exhibit 261 through 269, State's Exhibit 340 and 341, all entered into evidence. Please proceed, Mr. Shelton.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, can you please reintroduce yourself to the jury and tell them where you work?
My name is Detective Andreas Zaharopoulos, and I currently work for the Morris County Sheriff's Office.
What is your current rank and assignment?
I'm a detective in the Crime Scene Investigation Unit.
Approximately how long have you been assigned to that unit?
Approximately 6 years.
Have you ever held any other positions or assignments with the Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
What was that?
When I first was hired, I was assigned to the Protective Services Unit, which is here in the courthouse.
I'm going to ask you some questions about your qualifications. Can you tell the jury about your level of education?
I have a bachelor's degree from the University of Rutgers.
And do you have any specialized training with regard to crime scene investigation?
Yes.
What was that?
When I was first assigned to the Crime Scene Unit, I attended the State Police Crime Scene School, which is approximately 6 weeks. And after that, throughout the years, I've attended numerous courses.
Do you have any specialized training with respect to shooting analysis and reconstruction?
Yes.
Can you give the jury a summary of that training?
I've taken basic shooting reconstruction as well as advanced shooting reconstruction, so approximately 120 hours of training solely on shooting analysis and reconstruction.
Have you ever instructed any courses with respect to crime scene or crime scene investigation?
Yes.
Have you ever investigated any shooting incidents during the course of your career as a detective?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury approximately how many shooting incidents you've investigated?
I have been to approximately 60 different shooting incidents, 30 of which I have investigated.
Meaning that you were the primary investigator?
Correct.
Can you tell the jury when you say shooting incidents, what type of incidents that would include?
I've responded to anything from accidental discharges to suicides, attempted homicides, with accidental discharges being law enforcement or people inside their own homes.
Can you define the term shooting reconstruction? What does that mean?
It's an analysis of a shooting scene.
And what are you attempting to do in that analysis?
We determined through evidence at a scene, we determined to try to find from where a projectile was fired from.
What's a projectile to the common person?
A bullet.
Are there any principles you follow in conducting a shooting reconstruction?
We use the scientific methods, mathematics, physics, to try and determine a path of a projectile.
Are there limits on what you can determine?
Yes.
Judge, at this point, I would like to offer Detective Zaharopoulos as an expert in the field of shooting reconstruction.
All right. Counsel, do you have any questions as to the qualifications?
No, Judge.
All right. Do you have any objection to Detective Zaharopoulos being qualified as an expert in shooting reconstruction?
No, Judge.
All right, very well. I've listened to the qualifications of the detective, and I do find pursuant to Rule 702 that he is an expert witness in the area of shooting reconstruction based on his education and training, as well as experience in investigating 60 shooting incidents and 30 as the primary investigator. So he is qualified as an expert and will be allowed to render his opinion pursuant to Rule 702 of the New Jersey Rules of Evidence. Go ahead, Mr. Shellhorn.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, when you respond to a shooting incident to undertake a shooting reconstruction, what type of evidence do you begin by looking for?
We look to see if there's anything potentially casings that we might find, defects, whether it be into a window, a car, a door, a house, anything like that where we can find any type of defect.
Does the surface or material that's involved with the defect have any impact on your reconstruction?
Yes.
Can you explain that?
Well, each surface responds differently to force. If you have, I would expect that a projectile would perforate a drywall. I wouldn't expect it to go through brick. Glass is another thing that a projectile could go through.
Are there any particular tools that you use in conducting your reconstruction?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what some of the tools are?
Typically, in shooting reconstruction, we utilize flight path rods, angle finders, protractors, lasers.
What's a flight path rod?
It's approximately 18 inches in length. A rod made out of either fiberglass or metal that we use to put through or into a defect to determine the flight path or the angle of a projectile.
And for those people who may not remember what a protractor is from elementary school, can you remind us?
It's a measuring instrument used to measure angles.
Now I want to draw your attention back to August 7th of 2019. Were you working for the sheriff's office on that day?
Yes.
Were you working in your capacity as a crime scene investigation unit detective?
Yes.
Do you remember what shift you were working that day?
I believe I was working the morning shift.
Would that continue through into the afternoon?
Correct, 8 to 4.
Now, how does, in general, CSI typically become involved in an investigation?
We are a supporting agency. We support and respond to any municipality within Morris County or the prosecutor's office if they require our assistance for a particular crime scene.
Is the only thing you do as a member of CSI shooting reconstruction, or do you undertake other aspects of crime scene investigation?
I have other assignments within the unit.
Now, specifically on August 7th of 2019, do you recall if you were made aware of a shooting incident at 411 West Mill Road in Washington Township?
Yes.
Did you go to that address?
I did.
Do you remember approximately what time you arrived?
I believe somewhere around 3 o'clock, possibly just after 3.
Were there other members of CSI present at various times during that investigation?
Yes.
What was your assignment or responsibility with respect to this investigation?
My assignment was to conduct the shooting reconstruction, as well as to utilize a video camera and document the scene.
How was that role or responsibility determined?
Through our supervisors and the different officers on scene, we get together who was going to do what task.
Do you recall what the weather was like that afternoon?
On my approach to the scene, I was transporting our command trailer, and it was downpouring on my approach to the scene.
Now, you mentioned taking video. Can you just explain that process to the jury?
Typically, our video cameras, we place an SD card inside, and then as I approach the scene, just video tape the outside of the home, and then I went inside and videotaped the interior side of the house as well.
Do you do that before or after taking photos?
That is conducted after we take photographs.
Do you do the video before or after collecting evidence?
Before.
What's the reason for that sequence?
The purpose of videotaping is just like photography initially. You want to document the scene as is without disturbing anything.
Did you actually take a video in this case?
Yes.
And after you did that, did you then turn your attention to the shooting reconstruction?
Yes.
Before I ask you questions specifically about that, did you have other involvement in this case on the following day, August 8th?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury briefly what your responsibilities were on August 8th?
We were requested to respond for the prosecutor's office to photograph the home as well as the barn house for any potential evidence. And while I was at the farmhouse, I utilized metal detectors to look for casings, or one casing that we were believed to be on scene.
Did you also take some photos of the various areas you just discussed while you were there that day?
Correct.
So, taking your attention back to August 7th, 2019, how did you begin your shooting reconstruction?
I took my own camera and began photographing the primary scene of where the shooting took place with the first defect, which was the door.
Can you remind the jury what you were looking for as initial evidence?
I was advised by Detective Bailey, who was the crime scene detective for CSI, and locate that he had located 2 projectile casings on the gravel driveway. And with that, I also had it up. I observed the defect on the door, and that's how I determined a start point for my analysis.
Is your focus in conducting a reconstruction on determining who shot the gun?
No.
Did you observe any bullet defects in the farmhouse?
In the farmhouse?
Yes. Can you tell the jury where you observed those defects?
The first defect was on the door. Then inside this laundry room area, there was a black mat that was hanging. There was like a ricochet or a graze to it, and then there was an exit defect on the window behind it.
Did you take photos of all those defects?
Yes.
What's the process that you go through with examining each separate defect?
Each defect is photographed. Then I looked at them one-to-one with ruler up against it just to get the correct, accurate measurements of each defect. And then from there, I started using the flight path rod to determine an angle of it.
Now, before we discuss the specifics of the conclusions that you reached, were you able to reach any conclusions with respect to those bullet defects?
Yes.
What did you conclude?
I concluded that the projectile in the defect to the door was from the outside going in, and I also determined a certain angle up and down and left to right as to how it entered the door.
Did you document those conclusions in a report?
Yes.
And I'm going to draw your attention to the screen. I'm going to show you what's been marked as S389 in evidence. Detective, what is S389 a diagram of?
It's a diagram of the farmhouse.
And is this a fair and accurate diagram based on your involvement in the investigation on August 7, 2019?
Yes.
You had mentioned earlier that you were aware of some casings that were located.
Correct.
Can you tell the jury what a casing is?
The casing is where from a projectile, when you fire a weapon, the projectile, the bullet exits from the front of the barrel. The casing, whether it's a semi-auto or a revolver, in a semi-auto, it ejects either a certain way. In a revolver, it stays within the cylinder of the weapon.
So the casing is the piece that's left over after the bullet is
correct.
fired. And do you see the approximate location where those casings were found on this diagram, S389?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury where those are?
They are the yellow squares in front of the red pickup truck.
And they're labeled as MCSO item number 9 and MCSO item number 8?
Correct.
And does that diagram fairly and accurately depict the area where those casings were when you were there on that day?
I believe so, yes.
Where was the first defect that you indicated that you observed on the farmhouse?
It was on the door by the patio.
And where is the door on S389?
To the bottom right of the house.
All right, I'm going to ask you to look at S261. What's S261 a picture of?
It is the photo of the door.
And where was the defect on the door?
It is to the right middle glass pane.
So to the right of that, the pane to the right of that piece of paper that says notice on it?
Correct.
What was the condition of the glass on the door?
It had shattered.
What is S262 a picture of?
It's a close-up of the same window.
And what is S263 a picture of?
It's a close-up of the defect.
And is this picture taken on the exterior of the door?
Exterior, yes.
Was there any difference in the glass on the exterior or outside of the door from the glass on the interior or the inside of the door?
There was a difference.
Can you explain to the jury what the difference was?
In a shooting, especially when it comes to glass, you can determine the entrance and exit of a defect. The backside or the exit side of a defect produces a cone-shaped or a crater. When the force of the projectile striking the glass forces the glass on the inside to basically shatter outwards, causing that crater, and it has a rough surface.
And did that help you determine the entrance and exit sides of the window?
Yes.
What is S264 a picture of?
It's a photograph of the interior laundry room.
And do you see the bullet defect that you were just discussing in this picture, but from the inside now?
Correct.
Can you describe where it is for the jury?
It's to the left now of the door, on the left side of the window.
So between that pink striped piece of fabric and the piece of paper hanging in the middle of the door?
Correct.
Were there any other bullet defects that you observed or located inside this room?
There was one, it was like a scrape or on the matting, and then the exit, which is on the window to the left.
Judge, I don't anticipate having to ask the detective to get up and down, but just so we can make clear where it's hard to see on this picture where the second defect is, if you could just get down and point it out on the two screens.
Sure. We're giving up on the laser pointer?
I gave up on it, Judge. We gave it a week.
You can walk over there, Detective.
Detective, if I could ask you if you could first point out where the bullet defect is in the door. Okay. And then if you could next point out the approximate area where the defect is on that mat.
I believe somewhere, I forget where, but it was somewhere along this area.
And can you see the defect you referred to as the third defect in this picture?
Right up here.
Okay. Judge, I think everyone in the gallery.
Everybody see that? Everyone see it? All right, very good. Everyone's nodding their heads.
You only have to do it once. Thank you. Detective, what's S265 a picture of?
That is from the interior side, the door window.
And S266?
It's a close-up of the defect.
Detective, is there any significance to the pattern in the glass around the defect?
This breaking of the glass has different fracturing, and you have radial, concentric, and concordial fracturing.
And what does that tell you?
The first type of fractures you get in a shooting scene of glass is radial fractures. Those are, if you see from where the opening is or the defect itself, how the lines radiating outwards, linear, like straight out, those are the radial fractures. They are the first fractures that occur when a projectile strikes glass.
What about the other types of fractures?
The other fractures that you see basically going in almost circular around it are the concentric fracturing. And then just where the defect is broken right there is the concordial fracture or the beveling.
And is there any significance to those fractures?
The concentric is just, they occur after the radial fracturing. And then the concordial is the smoothest or how it bevels.
Now, what is the material to the left of the glass in this picture?
That was the vinyl wood combination of the paneling of the door.
And it appears to be broken in this picture?
Correct.
Were you able to determine, or did that have any significance to your reconstruction?
Yes.
Can you explain that to the jury?
In this situation, because the size of the defect, you couldn't have a perfect angle with the flight path rod to stay in place. However, with the correlation of the other defects, I was able to get the flight path of the defect.
So if you only had this bullet defect by itself, would you have been able to determine a flight path?
No.
Right, directing your attention back to S264, you indicated there was a defect on that black matting?
Yes.
And what is S267 a picture of?
That's the ricochet of the defect as it passed through.
And can you identify it in this picture by the location it is on the picture, as well as if there's anything to identify the general area?
If you see right in the middle of the photo, there's the threading is slightly disturbed.
And is it discolored in any way in that area?
It's a little bit white.
I'm going to show you another angle of that defect. Is that a picture? Is that picture labeled as S268?
Yes.
Can you identify in S268 where the bullet defect is?
Right there in the middle of the matting where you see the thread sticking out slightly.
What is that in the background of the picture that's somewhat blurry?
That is the exit defect.
And that was the window on the other side of the room?
Correct.
Now I'm showing you what's been marked as S264 again. Did you take some close-up photos of the third defect on the left-hand side?
Yes.
What is S269 a picture of?
That is the exit defect from the inside of the laundry room.
And can you tell the jury anything about the nature of this defect?
With that, you can see to the top left of your screen, you have the radial fracturing, and then you have the concordial fracturing.
When you were back at the scene on August 8th of 2019, you said that you took additional photographs?
Correct.
Is S340 a picture you took the following day?
Yes.
And do you see the area where the bullet defect we just looked at in the last picture is shown in this picture?
Yes.
Where is it?
If you look on the bottom where the AC unit is, right above it to the top left window pane.
And is S341 a closer up picture of that window?
Yes.
Detective, I'm drawing your attention back now to S264. Can you describe for the jury the process that you did with the flight path rod using S264 to assist you?
So because of the glass that had fractured, I was able to get an area convergence of the glass, basically following those lines back to where the defect entered. And from that moment, that was where I placed the rod. With the rod, I had used lasers to line up with the exit defect to get the flight path of the projectile.
So are you indicating that you had one flight path rod in the door and another one on the defect in the window?
No, just one was used.
And you were able to line it up with the laser?
Correct.
And what did the laser show you?
The laser showed me the flight path of the projectile going back as well as going forward outside of the residence.
And as far as inside the residence here in S264, did that bullet defect in the door match the same flight path as the bullet defect in the window?
All three defects correlated with each other.
Were you able to render opinions then based on the flight path of the projectile, based on your observations at the scene, as well as your shooting reconstruction?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as S390. What is S390 a diagram of?
That is a diagram of the flight path of the projectile.
And this is an overhead diagram of the flight path?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury where that flight path is in this picture?
It is between where the first target defect was on the door and the front of the red pickup truck.
Was that bullet defect at some sort of an upward or downward angle?
That was on an upward angle.
Meaning that which end of this line on S390 would be lower?
The front of the pickup truck.
And the end where it goes into the house is higher?
Correct.
And so what does that mean for where the barrel of the gun was at the time that the gun was shot?
In response to the shooting analysis, the front of the barrel was right where approximately where the front of the pickup truck was.
That it started at the front of the pickup truck?
Correct.
That you're saying that's where the gun was at the time it was fired?
The front of the muzzle, yes.
The muzzle of the gun was at the base of the pickup
Well,
truck?
the trajectory of the flight path. Somewhere in between the front of the pickup truck and the door.
Are you able to give any opinion on the height of the muzzle of the gun when it was fired?
No.
And why is that?
We didn't have height or distance determination of anything to determine that.
So I guess, does that mean there were certain factors that you didn't know in this case to be able to assist you with that?
Correct.
Are you able to determine whether those shell casings that you discussed at the beginning are consistent with or connected to this bullet defect that you discussed?
No.
Why not?
Because with the casings, you can't determine what type of ammunition was fired into what created the defect.
Are all your opinions that you provided today within a reasonable degree of practical certainty?
Yes.
Judge, if I could just have the detective get down and just point to specifically what line. I don't think the color is necessarily exact there. That will be all right.
That's fine.
So detective, if you could just point out the line that you were indicating was the flight path you determined based on the bullet defects.
It would be between the door to the front of the pickup.
And that was at an upward angle from the direction of the truck into the house?
Correct.
Thank you, Judge. No further questions.
Fine,
Yes.
cross-examination.
Detective, how many shell casings were found at the scene?
2 shell casings were recovered.
Did you have a discussion with anyone prior to your analysis as to how many shots were allegedly fired?
I was advised that the victim had been shot twice, and then the third one to the door.
Now, the casings that are depicted on that diagram, you'll agree with me that there's really nothing you can tell with regards to their positioning, with regards to where the shots were fired.
Correct.
Because the casings could be disturbed prior to your arrival?
Correct.
Were you advised that there were 40, 50 people at the crime scene prior to your arrival?
I don't know the number, but I knew that there had been many people within the crime scene prior to my arrival.
Now, did you look for that third casing?
Yes.
No doubt when a bullet is fired that a casing goes along with it, correct?
Correct.
But in this particular instance, you or any other law enforcement person was not able to find that third casing, correct?
We were not.
Now, with regards to your analysis, when a bullet hits an object, the effect that that object has on the bullet varies with the type of substance it strikes, correct?
Correct.
In this particular instance, the bullet struck numerous different types of substances, correct?
Correct.
Wood, one, vinyl,
Correct.
and glass, correct?
Yes.
And would you agree with me that depending on the strength of those particular items, it affects the flight path of the bullet as it proceeds through the object?
It can, yes.
And again, your reconstruction, based on the rods that you used, indicated that the shot was fired from a position lower than the door, correct?
Correct.
And it was traveling in an upward angle as it went through the door through the second window in that laundry room, correct?
Correct.
But is it fair to say that you can't determine the exact flight path or the exact location where a bullet was fired from based on your analysis?
It's an approximate location based on where the backstrapulation of it was.
Understood. But for instance, with regards to this diagram, that bullet could have been fired from the front of the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
It could have been fired from the patio area here, correct?
Correct.
It could even be fired right here in front of the bush, correct?
Anywhere within that line, correct.
And even if someone was on their back firing the weapon, you can't determine the level at which the bullet was fired, correct?
In this situation, we couldn't determine the height.
So if someone was on the ground and fired the weapon, that would be consistent with your analysis, correct?
It would have had to have been closer to the truck.
Correct. And again, you indicated that although you have an analysis regarding this flight path, it's an estimate and it could vary by a foot or so, depending on where the person was either standing or on the ground when they fired it, correct?
A small degree of error, but yes.
Now, depending on the surface that a bullet strikes, depends on how far the bullet is projected further, correct?
Can you repeat that?
If a bullet doesn't strike anything, it goes a certain distance, correct?
Correct.
And if it does strike something, depending on what it strikes, that lessens the distance because it goes through a particular type of substance, correct?
I can't determine the force of if that actually has happened in this situation, but I would assume when it strikes an object, some force is lowered from striking an object and continuing.
But in this particular instance, you have a bullet that travels a certain distance, goes through a window, wood, vinyl, scrapes up against a mat, and then continues through another piece of glass, correct?
Correct.
Were you told that Lauren Kanarek was shot twice and both those bullets exited out of the back of her body?
At the time, I did not know if the bullets had exited her body or were inside her body.
Okay. Well, if they did exit her body,
Correct.
they would travel a certain distance based on what, if anything, it hit as it went through her body, correct?
Correct.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Judge, just to clarify that flight path, if I could.
Go ahead.
Detective, when you're talking about the flight path from the front of the truck there, is that the approximate area where you're saying that the gun barrel could have originated? the bullet shot?
Correct.
And so that would have been on the ground, for instance, here, if this was under the truck?
Correct.
And then you're indicating that along that flight path, it goes at an upward angle into the door?
Yes.
So would it be something like what I'm doing right now with my pen? The gun would be somewhere along this flight path going up into the side of the house?
Correct.
And again, for the record, I think the demonstration is a little bit much taller than what.
Well, it's up to the jury to determine. That's what's relevant here.
Did I do that at the precise angle that you measured, Detective?
It was I believe, a 14-degree angle.
Did you determine that with the protractor?
Hold on. What was a 14-degree angle?
The angle of the upward.
This one?
Yes.
On the screen?
Correct.
Not what Mr. Shellhorn did?
No.
Okay.
On the
All right,
screen.
just so we're clear. All right, it's 14-degree angle on the screen. Very good.
Thank you, Detective.
Detective,
Judge, thank you.
Could someone have been standing on the deck of that front porch and been struggling and shot the bullet at that angle and created the defects that you testified to?
Again, if it was at a 14-degree angle and I couldn't determine the height determination.
Nothing further.
All right, you may step down.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Detective.
Thank you, sir.
Call your next witness, Mr. Shellhorn, please.
I'll defer to Mr. Bennett, Your Honor.
Your Honor, the state calls William Stitt, please.
All right, William Stitt. Hi, left hand on the Bible, please. Raise your right hand. Please listen to my court clerk.
Do you swear in the presence of Almighty God that the testimony gives to this court regarding this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Sure. My name is William Stitt. Last name is S-T-I-T-T.
Thank you.
Very good. Have a seat, sir. Please keep your voice up nice and loud so everyone can hear you. We do have jurors in the first two rows. If you don't understand the question, please indicate that. I'll have counsel rephrase.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, prosecutor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Stitt. How are you?
Good morning.
Where are you currently employed, sir?
Currently, I'm contracted with the Morris County Sheriff's Office,
And what position do you hold in the sheriff's office?
forensic examiner.
And how long have you been in the present role of forensic examiner?
Approximately 4 years.
And can you generally explain your duties as a forensic examiner within the sheriff's office?
Sure, I'm in charge of the firearms identification unit, both casework as well as training.
And what specific training and experience have you had prior to your work as a forensic examiner?
Prior to, I'm sorry, could you
Repeat the question, prosecutor, please.
Sure, Judge. What training experience did you have prior to your work as a forensic examiner, your work experience in general?
Okay, I was trained in firearms examiner, firearms instructor. I attended two basic ballistics courses, one in Fort Dix, the other was hosted by the Jersey City Police Department. I also attended the serial number restoration course put on by the ATF. I attended a techniques and firearms identification with the FBI down in Quantico. Several armorers courses with all the big manufacturers, Glock, Smith & Wesson, H&K, Sig Sauer, Ruger, Remington. Also trained as a Nibin tech.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. As
A
a what?
Nibin technician.
Can you explain that,
Sure.
please?
NIBIN is the National Integrated Ballistics Information Network. They oversee IBIS, which is the Integrated Ballistics Identification System. Basically, it's a database. What they do is they take digital images, download them into the database, and they can cross-check different cases. What it does for us is it can relate cases that otherwise wouldn't be. So if we have a casing that's recovered up here, we put it into the system. If the gun was used in a different crime in a different county, different state, what it can do is it can match that for us.
And prior to your work as a contractor with the Sheriff's Office, were you previously a member of law enforcement?
Yes, sir.
And can you describe your longevity in that sense?
Sure. Before that, I was employed by the Morris County Sheriff's Office. I retired from the Morris County Sheriff's Office. I started in our corrections. I transferred to what we call the Bureau of Law Enforcement, worked here in courts and transportation. Did that for about 2 years. Then I transferred to our criminal identification section, which included our crime lab and our crime scene unit.
And how long were you in that role before retiring?
Approximately 19 years. Altogether, I'm sorry, altogether, sir, or?
Altogether, yeah.
Altogether, 25 years.
And what's your highest level of education?
Master's.
During the course of your career, how many firearms have you examined?
I would say probably thousands between department weapons and casework.
And how many of those examinations were with regard to operability?
Probably, again, over 1,000.
Are you an active member of any professional organizations other than those you listed earlier?
Yes, sir.
And what are those?
One is the New Jersey Forensic Firearms Examiners Association. AFTI, which is the Association for Toolmark and Firearms Examiners, and also the International Law Enforcement Firearms Instructors.
And have you been previously qualified as an expert in firearms operability in the state of New Jersey?
Yes, sir.
Judge, distinguished that William Stitt declared an expert in the field of operation of firearms and examinations.
Mr. Belinkas, do you have any questions relating to this witness's qualifications only at this point?
No.
All right. Do you have any objection to Mr. Stitt being qualified as an expert in firearms examination?
No.
All right. Have you previously testified as an expert in any courts in the state of New Jersey as an expert?
Yes, sir.
All right. In what court, sir?
I did 5 times. 4 of them were here in Superior Court, and 1 was municipal.
All right. Very good. Under the circumstances, I will qualify Mr. Stitt as an expert in firearms examination based on his knowledge, skill, and experience and training as outlined. We will be allowed to render an expert opinion in the area of firearms identification. Go ahead, prosecutor.
Mr. Stitt, can you explain to the jury what it means for a firearm to be operable?
That it goes bang, basically.
And when does it go bang, specifically?
Specifically, sure. It's after the trigger is pressed to the rear, discharging the weapon.
And can you generally give an overview of a general cycle of operation of a firearm?
For semi-automatic?
Sure.
Each one was a little different. For semi-automatic, sure. The first would be feed, load, lock, fire, and unlock.
And now, based on your last response, I could assume that there are different types of firearms?
Yes, sir.
And can you explain the difference between a revolver versus a pistol?
Sure. Both of them are handguns. Semi-automatic weapons or pistols work a little different than revolvers. The big difference would be for the semi-automatic pistols, it would be loaded with a magazine, whereas the revolver would be loaded through a cylinder.
Okay. And can you explain what the term action means with regards to firearms?
I'm not sure what you mean, sir.
Specifically a double action, single action. Can you explain what those mean and what the differences are?
Sure. If a weapon is single action or double action, single action would be just one action per press of the trigger. So the hammer would be back. The single action would be pressing the trigger would release the hammer or the firing pin. Double action, it'd be 2 actions. So basically that press of the trigger, it would cock the weapon and release the firing pin.
So just to clarify, with a single action firearm, the shooter would have to manually recock that hammer?
Yes,
Is that accurate? and then pull the trigger to release the hammer.
Yes, sir.
And these two type of actions can be present in revolvers, correct? There's single action revolvers and double action revolvers?
Correct.
Can you explain the process of loading rounds into a revolver? And before you do, is there a more technical term for rounds that you would use?
Cartridges.
Okay. And would you say it's fair to say that a cartridge is commonly referred to in the public as a round or a bullet?
Yes.
Okay. So can you explain the process of loading cartridges into a revolver?
It depends on the revolver. Typically, we see two types. One revolver would have to be, the cylinder would have to be released. So you would hit the cylinder release. The cylinder would actually slide out. And then what you do is you'd manually load the 5 or 6 rounds, whatever it might be.
So typically revolvers, in your experience, are roughly 5 to 6 rounds generally?
Typically.
And what are the parts, moving back to a cartridge, which is the unexpelled round, correct?
Correct.
What are the parts of a cartridge? Can you explain this to the jury?
Sure. With the cartridge, there's basically 4 parts to it. There'd be the shell casing, which is basically the container that holds everything together. There would be a primer, which is basically like a fuse, if you think about it. There's the powder itself, and then the projectile or a bullet.
Moving on to pistols specifically, are they loaded in a different way than the way you explained revolvers are loaded?
Yes.
And how is that done?
That's done through the magazine.
And can you explain what a magazine is to the jury?
Sure. The magazine would be the item that would hold the cartridges for the automatic, semi-automatic pistol.
And did the number of bullets that a firearm is capable of holding vary from firearm to firearm?
Yes, sir.
Now, giving us a broad overview, what's the steps of operability testing you take procedurally when you test a firearm for operability?
For operability? Sure. First thing what we do is we take it out of evidence. We bring it back to our lab. First thing we do is photograph it overall. The reason why we photograph it is to show the condition that we received it in. Then we do a visual inspection. Visual inspection is just to make sure everything looks okay, nothing's bent, broken, the barrel's not obstructed, any safety issues that might come up. Then after that, what we'll do is, excuse me, we will test fire the weapon. We'll take 2 rounds from our supply, our ammo supply, load that weapon, and press the trigger.
Now, you said you test fire these weapons using ammunition from your supply, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is that always the case?
Yes, sir.
So if a firearm is turned into your office for exam and it comes with ammunition with it, you do not use that ammunition in tests?
We do not.
Okay, and what's the reason for that?
More our safety. We don't know if the other ammo is reloads. We don't know who made them. So it's more of a safety issue. If they does come in and they're reloads, if we do comparisons, that kind of messes up for our comparisons. So we want the factory loaded ammo.
Now, moving specifically to the case at hand, sometime in 2019, were you asked to examine firearms that were collected from 411 West Mill Road in the One Valley?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall what firearms you were asked to review during that case?
Sure. It was a Ruger LC9S, which was a 9mm semi-automatic pistol. There was a Colt Army 1917 revolver, a Colt Mark IV Series 80 semi-automatic pistol, and another revolver was a Frontier 22 caliber.
So you said there were 2 pistols and 2 revolvers?
Correct.
Thank you. Besides the firearms themselves, were any other items turned over to you for this examination?
Yes, sir.
And what were those items?
There was 2 magazines and 2 spent shell casings.
And did either of those magazines have cartridges within them?
Yes, sir.
And those cartridges were within the magazine when it was turned over to your office?
Correct.
You have envelopes in front of you. There's one marked S178. Do you see that?
170?
178.
170, yes, sir.
If you need gloves, there are gloves here on the floor beside you. I would ask you then remove the magazine from the envelope. And Judge, 178 has been entered into evidence previously.
Yes.
Do you have that out of the envelope?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you hold that up for the jury?
Certainly.
And if you could just remove your top fingers, I'm sorry.
Sure.
Are there rounds within that magazine?
There are.
Okay. Or cartridges, rather?
Just cartridges.
Okay. And is the state of the magazine as you find it before you the same way that it was returned into you upon your examination?
Yes, sir.
And did you, during your examination, document how many rounds were within that magazine?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And I will be showing you what's been marked as S360. Is this a close-up shot of the magazine as it was that day and as it is before you today?
Before we do that, Mr. Belinkus, do you have any objection to this item being marked in the evidence? I don't believe.
No,
Was it?
No, Judge, and the prosecutor asked me, I told him.
All right. I don't think that was previously moved, but it'll be accepted into evidence. It's item S360. Thank you.
And Judge, I'll also be looking to move in S362, among others, but right now 362.
No, Judge.
Have you spoken to Mr. Belinkus about these items that you're going to move in?
We've
Yeah.
shown him all the pictures.
Yes, all right. And no objection to these? Okay.
And Mr. Stitt, looking at what's been marked 362, do you see the rounds in that picture outside of the magazine?
Yes, sir.
And those rounds were removed by you during the examination?
Correct.
Okay, and how many rounds did you remove from the magazine?
7.
Okay. And again, that's how this magazine was presented to you from the sheriff's office as retrieved by the scene?
With the rounds in
Inside
the
the
magazine. Yes, sir.
Correct. Besides the two magazines, were any other items examined by your office?
Besides the handguns and the shell casings?
Shell casings, that's what I'm referring to. With regard to the magazines and the shell casings, can you determine if they were related to any firearms that you examined?
The magazines and shell casings?
Separately. So, can you determine based on what you see with the magazines if they belong to any specific firearm that you examined?
Yes, yes, sir.
And which firearm did the magazines belong to?
That was the Ruger LC9.
And looking specifically at the two shell casings that you examined, were those determined to be firearms?
Did we establish he looked at two shell casings? I know he said he looked at shell casings, but I'm not sure we established a number. So set the foundation first, please.
Yes, sir. Mr. Stitt, how many shell casings did you examine during this examination?
2.
Okay. And before you have envelopes on your desk that have been previously moved into evidence, numbers 17. One second, please. numbers S179 and 180.
Yes, sir.
Can you open them? And were those two shell casings you have in front of you the same as those you examined that day?
Yes, sir.
And which firearm in particular are these shell casings related to?
They match the Ruger LC9S.
Now, did you alter any reports as a result of your examinations?
Yes, sir.
And before you have two sheets of paper, should be on the table. They're marked S93 and S94.
Yes, sir.
And do you recognize those documents?
I do.
And what are those documents?
Those are my process reports.
And how do you know that?
It's signed by me.
And do they both fairly and accurately depict the reports that you authored on September 25th and December 15th?
Yes, sir.
Judge, these are just marked right. I don't want them entered into evidence. Thank you. Mr. Stitt, we'll speak specifically to the Ruger handgun. It should be on the floor next to you. It's been pre-marked S177. Already entered into evidence.
177, sir?
Yes, sir. And do you recognize that firearm?
Yes, sir.
Is that the same firearm that you examined on September 25th, 2019?
Yes, sir.
And did you have the opportunity to examine that particular firearm with regards to operability?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall the serial number for that firearm?
I don't.
Okay. I'd ask you to refer to your report, which is marked S93, to refresh your recollection.
Judge, I have no objection to him reading the serial number.
I don't think there's any objection or question that that's the gun that was recovered in this case. Is there, Mr. Belinkus?
No.
No objection.
And during the course of your examination of that firearm, did you take photographs?
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to show you what's been pre-marked S353, 355, 356, and 357, which have not been offered for you.
Any objection to those, Mr. Belinkus?
No, you didn't. And Judge, can I move those into evidence at this time, please?
What are the numbers again, sir?
353, 355, 356, and 357.
Sure. No objection by Mr. Belinkus. Those are in evidence.
Mr. Stitt, I will cycle through these photos one by one. Can you explain to the jury what you see in S353?
That is the Ruger LC9.
And is it fair to say that the state you see it in these pictures how is presented to you for examination?
Yes, sir.
And looking back at S353, is the slide lock back in this picture?
Yes, sir.
And what's the significance of that?
Of the slide being to the rear?
Correct.
In this case, it'd just be for safety issues.
And typically when a slide is locked back, what does that indicate to you about a firearm?
Either it's slid to the rear for safety check, or when the weapon runs dry or shoots up all the ammo, it will or should lock to the rear.
Looking at 356, the firearm is now removed from the box, correct?
Yes, sir.
And 355, we see a close above the serial number, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now looking at S357, could you describe each part of the gun and its function?
Sure, we'd start from the top. The top section is called the slide, or referred to as the slide. What you'll see towards the rear of the slide is your rear sights. Towards the front would be your front sight. The part sticking out of the front would be your barrel. The bottom half would be the frame. Towards the back, you see the little notch in the slide. To the rear of that would be your thumb safety.
Judge, I would ask, can Mr. Stick come down and demonstrate with his hand where these parts are?
Yeah, you mean pointed out on the screen? Certainly.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. Again, the top part, this would be our slide. The rear sight, the front sight, the barrel. The bottom part would be the frame. Towards the rear, this would be your thumb safety. This section here is for your slide lock. You have the grip, the trigger guard, and in the grip would be your magazine lock.
And moving specifically to the part you identified as the slide lock, what's the significance of that part in particular?
The slide lock, again, it would be for a safety check to lock the slide to the rear, so you can do a visual check. Or again, when the firearm runs dry or fires all its ammunition and it's empty, that slide should lock to the rear.
And looking to the trigger, it looks like there's almost two triggers in this picture. Can you explain why it looks that way?
Sure, one is a trigger safety.
And can you explain what that means?
Sure. With this back part would be your trigger. The front would be the trigger safety. In order for that trigger to go to the rear, the first part would have to be depressed into the trigger.
And what's the purpose of that safety?
It's a safety, it's just so the trigger cannot be pulled or pressed to the rear.
You can return it. Thank you. How do you load and unload this firearm particularly?
This particular one, with the magazine, would have to be loaded into magazine well. Then the slide would have to be pulled to the rear. The slide would be released, and as the slide goes forward, it would load the next round.
And after having pointed out the parts on this gun, you did mention there's a safety on this gun, aside from the trigger safety, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And does that have any effect on another step that may have to be taken before the gun is fired?
It can. If it's engaged, yes, you'd have to disengage the safety to fire the weapon.
Ultimately, as a result of your examination, was this firearm deemed to be operable?
Yes, sir.
How many cartridges or rounds can this pistol hold at one time?
This particular one has a 7-round magazine.
And how many can the weapon actually hold?
It would be 8.
And
it would be 7 in the magazine and 1 in the chamber.
And you testified this pistol?
Yes, sir.
You testified earlier that shell casings are ejected from a firearm, correct?
Correct.
And that's after a shot or a discharge?
Yes.
With regards to empty shell casings that are ejected, is there a particular side that they usually eject from?
Typically, it's to the right side of the firearm.
And when you say the right, what orientation are we referring to?
As the shooter.
Okay, so it would be the shooter's right.
Correct.
On this particular handgun, which side of the gun is the ejection port on?
On the right side.
Do firearms leave specific marks on shell casings when they are fired?
Yes, sir.
And can you explain what markings are typically left by a firearm on shell casing?
Sure. Typically, with the with semi-automatic weapons, what we're looking for is several things. They'll leave impressions from the firing pin, from what's called the breech face, which is the part back towards the rear of the slide, and chamber marks. So when the empty casing gets extracted from the weapon, it can scratch on the walls of the chambers and create unique characteristics or stria.
And after your test fires, you also then have shell casings, is that correct?
Correct.
So are you able to then compare shell casings from your test fires to shell casings from the ones turned into you for examination?
Yes, sir.
And you're able to can you describe the process of how those are compared?
Certainly. The way we do it, we take our 2 test fires from when we did the operability of the weapon. We'll put them on our comparison microscope. We will compare those, looking for unique characteristics left behind from the weapon. We'll do our test fires first, and then we'll use the casings that we've collected from the scene.
And again, you were given what's been marked as S179 and 180 for examination?
Yes.
And were you able to determine whether those shell casings were fired from any particular handgun?
Yes.
Which gun was that?
That was the Ruger LC9.
And during the course of your investigation, or your examination rather, you took photographs?
Yes, sir.
And among those photographs are the ones we've seen so far?
I'm sorry, sir?
Among those photographs were the ones we've viewed so far?
Yes, sir.
And do those photographs fairly and accurately depict the photographs that you took on September 25th, 2019?
Yes, sir.
Judge, I'd like to admit those 4 photographs into evidence.
On the numbers again, please.
Sure. 353, 356, 355, and 357.
I thought we already moved those in.
We just
Before.
moved them in a few moments ago.
Yeah, they're in evidence.
Thank you. Moving on to December 18th of 2019, did you conduct another examination?
Yes, sir.
And are the firearms you examined in that time period reflected in your report, which has been pre-marked as S94?
Yes, sir.
And you could return the Ruger box to the court. Mr. Stitt, thank you. If you could retrieve from those pile of boxes what's been pre-marked S200, already in evidence? And can you open that box, please? Do you recognize the firearm?
Yes, sir.
And is that one of the firearms you examined on December 18th of 2019?
Yes, sir, it is.
Is it fair to say, well, what are the parts of that gun and the function of each? Is it comparable to the gun that you just explained?
Yes, sir. This is it's a semi-automatic pistol.
And can you hold the box up for the judge so they can see which one we're referring to?
Sure.
And how do you load and unload this firearm?
Same as we discussed on the prior weapon.
And was there a magazine submitted with this firearm?
Yes, sir, there was.
And how many rounds or cartridges did that magazine hold?
This one also holds 7.
Did you? Okay. And were any rounds submitted within that magazine or handgun?
No, sir, I believe it was empty.
And did you have the opportunity to examine this firearm for operability?
Yes, sir.
And was the firearm ultimately determined to be operable?
No, sir, it was not.
What made this firearm inoperable?
During our visual inspection of it, it was determined that the pistol was missing both the firing pin and the extractor.
And I know you've mentioned firing pins before. Can you explain briefly to the jury what a firing pin is and what it does?
Sure. The firing pin is the part that makes contact with the primer. The primer is kind of like the fuse. The firing pin is what strikes the primer.
And why won't a handgun fire without a firing pin?
Because without the firing pin, nothing would be making contact with the primer.
And during the course of your examination of this particular gun, did you take photographs also?
Yes, sir.
Judge, I'd like to,
Mr. Bennett, you'll be a little while longer on direct?
yes, Judge.
Why? It's after 3 now. We'll take our afternoon recess, and then we'll pick up in about at about 3:20 or so. All right, thank you. You can step down, sir.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Just wait outside. Just stay down this end, all right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You may have a seat, sir.
Thanks, sir.
You remain under oath. Go ahead, Mr. Bennett.
Mr. Stitt, we left off at, we were about to view some photos of that white handgun that you have in front of you. So I'll be showing you what's been marked as S370, 371, 373, and 374.
Ladies and gentlemen, at the break, the court and counsel did discuss certain additional photographs that were moved into evidence. No objection by the defense, and the court accepted those. So those are 363, 365, 367, and 368, 370, 371, and 373 through 376. Those were all admitted into evidence. Go ahead, Mr. Bennett.
Thank you. Mr. Stitt, S370, as it appears on your screen, is how the gun was presented to you at the time of examination, correct?
Yes, sir.
I will skip 371, as it is the same gun removed from the box, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, looking at S373, what does this photo depict?
That's a view looking down the slide to the where the firing pin should be.
And can you demonstrate or explain to us where the firing pin should be in this picture?
Sure. If we look down the top part of the slide, you'll see the circle in the back, kind of in the center. That's just an empty hole. That would be where the firing pin would protrude.
And looking now to S374, what is the hole we see in the center of this picture, within the barrel in the center, right there?
The one we're looking at, there's the two holes. The one on the right would be your firing pin hole or aperture.
And what's the hole on the left?
That would be where the extractor would be.
And you had stated earlier that both of those were missing from this firearm?
Correct.
Making it inoperable.
Correct.
You could return that box down to the floor, please, and if you could retrieve what's been marked S199, already in evidence. You could open that box, sir. Do you recognize that firearm?
Yes, sir.
And is that one of the firearms you examined on December 18th, 2019?
Yes, sir, it is.
And the last two firearms that you identified, which were S177 and S200, those were both semi-automatic pistols, as you described?
Correct.
And is this a different style of handgun?
Yes, sir, it is.
And what style would that be?
The revolver.
And can you hold that box up for the jury so they know which weapon we're talking about?
Yes, sir.
Everybody see that?
And looking to what's been marked as S367, is that the same firearm you see before you?
Yes, sir.
And can you describe the parts, each part and its function of this firearm? And you could feel free to come down and judge if that's okay, if you can point at the screen.
Sure.
Starting at the top, this would be your barrel. Front sight, a little hard to say. The rear sight is actually behind the zip tie. This would be your grip panel, your back strap. That would be your hammer. This part here is the cylinder release. This part is the cylinder, the ejector rod, and this part is where it swings out. It's called the crane. We have our trigger and our trigger guard.
And I believe you mentioned before, but can you just walk the jury quickly through how you load this firearm specifically?
Certainly. What you'd have to do is pull this to the rear, the cylinder would swing out, then you'd be able to load the cylinder.
And how many rounds does this firearm in particular hold?
This one was 6 rounds.
And we could return to your seat, Mr. Stitt. And did you have the opportunity to examine that firearm for operability?
Yes, sir.
And was that firearm submitted with any ammunition in it or with it?
No, sir.
Was that firearm ultimately determined to be operable?
Yes, sir, it was.
And that was done using ammunition you have from your supply in the lab?
Correct.
And during the course of your examination, you took photos of this firearm?
Yes, sir.
And one of those photos is what's been shown to you is 367?
Yes, sir, it is.
And is S368 the same firearm removed from the box?
It is.
You could return that box to the ground, please. And if you could retrieve the last box, which has been marked S201, which is early evidence.
$201, sir?
201, yes. You could open the box, sir. Do you recognize that firearm that's before you?
Yes, sir.
And is that also one of the firearms you examined on December 18th, 2019?
Yes, sir, it is.
And I'm going to show you what has been marked as S375. Is that the firearm that you have before you?
Yes, sir, it is.
And that depicts the way it was presented to you during examination?
Yes, sir.
Are the parts on this firearm generally the same as the firearm we just viewed?
Yes, sir, it is.
Are there any differences between the two of those revolvers?
Yes, sir.
And what difference would that be?
In the way you would load it.
Okay. And Judge, I would ask just to show the difference, if Mr. Stitt can come down and point to the different piece of this firearm that makes it unique.
Go ahead, you may step down, sir.
The previous revolver, you used the cylinder release. With this one, it's a fixed cylinder. What we'd have to do is, there's a little technique called the gate. What you do is open that gate, and you would load the cylinder one at a time. You would load it, you'd have to spin it, load it again, rotate that cylinder until they were all full.
And how many rounds does this particular gun hold?
6 rounds.
And what caliber round is this?
This one is a 22 caliber.
And earlier you had mentioned, or I'd asked you a question rather, regarding actions. What action does this revolver have?
This one, I believe, is a single action.
And can you remind the jury what that means regarding trigger pulls?
Sure. For the trigger pull, it would be one action. So one pull of the trigger would release the firearm.
And in order to do another shot, what would you have to do to that gun?
You would have to cock the hammer.
On each shot?
Yes, sir.
And did you can return your seat, I'm sorry. Did you also have an opportunity to review this firearm with regard to operability?
Yes, sir.
And was this firearm determined to be operable?
Yes, sir, it was.
Was this firearm presented to you with any ammunition at the time of testing?
No, sir.
And you utilized your own supply to test fire this weapon?
That's correct.
And did you take photographs during your examination besides the one we see on the screen?
Yes, sir.
Is S376, as it appears before you, the photo you took during examination after removing that firearm from the box?
Yes, sir, it is.
Just give me 1 second, Your Honor.
Certainly.
Mr. Stitt, I'm going to show you 2 pictures that you took side by side and we've previously seen already. I'm showing you what's been marked as S357 and S371. These are 2 of the firearms that we already discussed you examined, correct?
Yes, sir.
And while they look the same, do they function in similar capacity to each other?
They do.
And when I say that, what I mean is, are the same general steps taken to fire each of these?
Yes, sir.
However, the one on the right was determined to be inoperable, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
No further questions, Judge.
All right, cross-examination, Mr. Belinkus?
That gun to the right that you just saw,
That's the one that's inoperable, correct?
Yes, sir.
You have no idea how long that gun has been inoperable, do you?
No, sir.
You testified that the .45 was operable, correct?
Yes, sir.
And is that a much larger caliber handgun?
Yes, sir.
Much more deadly because of the size of the bullet?
Not
Objection.
necessarily, sir.
I'll withdraw. No
Yeah,
further
please do. Sustained. All right, any follow-up, Mr. Bennett? Redirect, I mean?
No, Judge, I think we're fine.
All right, you may step down. Thank you very much. Can I see counsel at the bench, please? All right, members of the jury, we are going to break now. I know it's a little bit early. It's 3:35 currently. There's a couple reasons for that. Number one, it's Friday. That's the most important reason. I want you all to get an early start on your weekend. And the case has progressed very nicely. I'm satisfied with the pace of the case. It's actually moved a little quicker than I had anticipated. Because of those reasons, I think it's a good time to break. The state anticipates finishing their presentation of evidence, their case, on Monday. Maybe in the morning, maybe early afternoon, it depends. But the state's going to finish on Monday, and then shortly thereafter, we'll start the defense case. All right, so you've heard some evidence, certainly from the stand, but not the whole case. So please, it's important at this juncture not to discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else. That only happens when you hear all the evidence and you retire to deliberate on the case. So with those brief comments, have a nice weekend, everyone. We'll see you Monday morning, same time. Thank you. Enjoy your weekend. Just stay on for a minute. So, Mr. Shellhorn, have all your witnesses here Monday morning so we can try to
Should I have
finish
my
it.
witnesses at 1:30?
Yeah, I would. You have some lay witnesses to call before you get to the experts? Or you going to
Oh, yeah. I have a number of police officers who will be real quick and other lay
Fine.
witnesses.
Yeah, but why don't you, whatever order you want, but maybe the police officers would be a good place to start in the afternoon.
Judge, I know that Mr. Boingus has been working with Mr. DeFrancisci about getting those witnesses lined up, but if I could just ask to be notified who they anticipate calling on Sunday, just so I'm prepared.
Okay. And also, I was planning on serving the subpoena on Edward David this weekend.